Just give me 1 second, everybody. There we go. There I am. Yay! All right, it worked. Okay, cool. We are live. What's going on, everybody? How are you today? Today is going to be a bit more exciting than yesterday was. I know that was kind of a slow stream. We're going to be doing some flying. We're going to fly from Centennial, which is not too far from where I live, to Telluride Regional Airport, which is supposedly considered to be one of the most dangerous regional airports in America to land at. We're going to be flying an old favorite of mine, the Daher TBM 930. I think they're up to the 950 now, but the TBM is, how do I put this? The TBM is the type of airplane that you buy when you have private airplane money, but you're just too frugal to get a private jet. You want to get that private jet feeling, but you don't want to pay for a private jet. So it's a turbine-powered aircraft, very similar to the Pilatus PC-12, and it's just a very neat plane. It's going to take me a few minutes to start it up here because it takes a long, it is a complicated aircraft, but very fun and cool to fly. So let's go ahead and start trying to turn it on because I don't remember how to do this. The big airplanes, like the one you're seeing now, I'm just too terrified of to even try to fly. They're super complex to fly. I get some coffee here. Oh, that's good coffee. Oh my, that's good. All right. So we'll get it started up. We'll do all our ground stuff and talk to, what's it called? We'll talk to air traffic control, etc., etc. We'll take off, we'll fly to Centennial, and then I was thinking about doing some bush plane flying. I do love flying the Carbon Cub, or I think it's the X Cub that they have in this, which is even better than the Carbon Cub. It's a pretty cool little aircraft. So I think we'll probably do some flying with that as well. But yeah, you can see the TBM sitting here looking gorgeous. It is kind of a neat looking plane. Very swoopy. It's a very swoopy looking plane. So let's go ahead. I'm happy with our weight and balance. Let's go ahead and shut all of this off for now because none of that matters until we make the plane go. So first we need to first we need to get rid of this. There we go. See? Look at that. That's how it's supposed to work. Okay, first things first. We need to get our battery turned on. There has to be a way to do this. I'm going to try to start this from memory, and I don't think it's going to go that well. All right. I think a lot of your stuff is over here. Electric power. Let's pull our crash bar up. Generator. Ignition. Fuel. ELT. Huh. There we go. All right, I did it. I'm smart. All right, we're gonna let the plane come up. I'll let all the systems turn on and do their thing. All right, that's one. Let's see if I can actually do this. Let's go ahead and turn taxi on. Let's go ahead and turn pulse, nav, strobe on. Okay. All right, we're up and running. Let's check through our systems here. We're going to eventually probably throw some de-ice on because it is a little cold in the beautiful state of Colorado today. Let's go ahead and... What's this guy? I'm going to turn that up. Let's go ahead. I think it should be pretty easy to fire this sucker, so let's switch our fuel pump to auto. Auto. Well, let's just, let's start this sucker. Probably shouldn't start this close to the fuel, but I got a parking brake on. We'll be fine. Okay, we have in this plane, you don't really control your own, what's it called? Throttle and, oh god, I can't even think of it. You don't really control your own, throttle and pitch on your propeller. You have what's called a thrust lever. So you request thrust from the machine, and it gives you the thrust that you ask for. So it controls the pitch of the propeller and basically everything to just give you, you know, to give you the thrust that you need. It's all very fancy. So fuel pumps on auto. Let's go ahead and get our generator to main. GPU. What does this do? Okay. Generator on. I think that's good. And then if you need to shut everything down, you can just pull what's called the crash bar down, and it basically turns the aircraft off. So autopilot set. Ooh, this is a good song. All right, next, we need to set up we do need to fully set up our autopilot. So I want my autopilot selection to be, let's go to FMS. So it should be that. There we go. Okay, traffic map, minimum speed bugs, PDF map settings, or PFD map settings. All right, let's go ahead. Boop. Boop. There we go. All right, bleed, let's set that to auto. Let's go, let's go ahead and throw our prop de-ice and our windshield de-ice on. It is very cold, or it's not super cold outside today, but it will be where we are flying. All right, that's all set up. Fuel selector should be set to just auto. It would be nice to be able to just set that to auto, but whatever. We'll monitor our fuel. Okay, so we are set. Now I want to be able to set our altitude. I want to be able to set our flight altitude select. We're going to set our altitude at 12,000. There we go, and we'll see if that's enough. Okay, vertical. Let's go ahead and click our yaw damper on. Flight director on. Okay. Fun fact about these planes, TVM hosts, what is it called? Flight seminars every year for all of their owners. And as part of the flight seminar, they will take the owner of the aircraft's spouses up to fly. Even if they don't have a pilot's license, the concept is that if your spouse has some sort of medical emergency while flying, they will teach your... Like, if you're an owner and you have a medical emergency while flying, they will teach your spouse how to land the aircraft in an emergency situation, which I thought is really interesting. Like, apparently TVM has awesome owner support programs. All right. We are up and running, everybody. Let's go ahead. All right, those are my flaps. Where is my parking brake? There it is. All right, Shift P for push back. All right, I think that's enough. Let's go ahead and pop that parking brake back on. I know. Thank you, though. It's a very safe aircraft. It's always trying to help you be safe. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and go to our ATC. Let's tune ground, and we'd like to deport, I guess you would say we're departing to the south.
Sierra Alpha, Sierra X-ray Golf, Sierra Alpha, taxi to and hold short of runway, tree 5 right using taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 118.9 when ready.
Okay, here we go. Let's acknowledge our taxi clearance.
Short runway, tree 5 right using taxiway Alpha, Sierra Golf, Sierra Alpha. Centennial Airport information, Whiskey 1700 Zulu. Line 0902 at 6. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature 5. Dew point 10. Altimeter tree 0.11. ILS runway tree 5 right and visual runway tree 5 left in use. Landing and departing runway tree 5 right and runway tree 5 left.
Okay.
All aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions.
We got
Advise controller on
that
initial
barometer
contact US
set.
Whiskey.
Where do we set our
Centennial Airport information,
other
Whiskey
barometer?
1700 Zulu. Line 0902 at 6. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature.
There we go. Alright. Alright. What did he tell us to do? Taxiing, hold short runway 35 right. Okay, let's take a look at our map here. This would be on your knee board, IRL. Looks like that is 35 right. Alright. Sweet, we know where we're going. Let's get to work. Here we go, everybody. Okay. It's actually a plane you can see out of fairly easily. On this little pig trail here, trying to get over to an actual taxiway. Here we go. This is how we get on to the actual taxiway. Fun fact about Centennial Airport in Colorado. This is one of the busiest regional, private airports in the world. So if you learn to fly, and I have several friends who actually learned to fly at this airport, you get really good, apparently, from what they told me, at talking to ACC and being comfortable with making sure ATC is comfortable with what you're doing and communicating. Now, one nice thing about this plane is it just has an absolute crapload of power. So when you're taking off, I mean, it is just loads of power. I mean, it's a turbine, which I love flying turboprops. Primarily because they have so much power. There's just a really nice, smoothness to them as well. Alright, we're gonna just fly out here, or not fly, drive. We're driving a plane right now. When we get to the end of the runway here, we're going to configure the aircraft for takeoff. And we're flying VFR today, so while we have all this beautiful navigation stuff, we won't be actually using a lot of it. This is an IFR-rated aircraft. IFR flying is just scary. I don't really like doing it a ton because it's scary. It's hard. All right, here we go. Let's get turned and we'll stop and hold short here. Whoa, there we go. See, she wants to fly. She wants to take off really badly. That's kind of the coolness of this airplane, is it really wants to fly. All right, let's go ahead. All right, let's start. Let's get everything. I know. Thanks for telling me that it's on now. All right, let's go ahead and get everything kind of configured for takeoff here. Let's go ahead and I want to get my landing lights on. There we go. Pulse nav strobe on. Everything's up and running properly, I think. Once again, I started this thing from memory. All right, let's go ahead and contact tower. And let's tell them we're ready to take off.
Centennial Tower Dare Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra Alpha ready at runway tree 5 right departure to the south.
Flex Jet 4 tree contact Denver departure on 132.75. Good day. Dare Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra Alpha wind 092 at 6. South departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway tree 5 right.
Understood. We're going to go ahead and acknowledge our takeoff clearance. We have our flaps down. All right, here we go.
132.75 flex jet 4 tree. Goodbye.
Let's take a look out the right side of the aircraft here. Before we really foul the runway, we just want to make sure that there is nobody coming. All right, here we go. Okay, we're just gonna pull out onto the runway here and get lined up. Now this plane's left turn tendency is a bit rough because it really likes, it's got a lot of torque. You'll see that when we start our takeoff roll. Here we go, to throttle up. All right, here we go, everybody. Woo! Woo!
Stall.
Come on.
Stall.
Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, buddy, does this thing ever... That is...
Landing gear.
It's up.
Landing gear.
It's up.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
Dare Golf Sierra Alpha continue for south departure.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
It's up.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
There we go. That fixed it. It was just the flaps being down. Whoa, why am I falling? There we go. Okay. That was a little more exciting than I wanted it to be.
Dare Golf Sierra Alpha, please acknowledge.
Lady, I am flying the airplane.
Centennial Tower Dare Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf
All right.
Sierra Alpha continue for south departure.
I'm going to go ahead and start our turn here. And we're going to come around and start heading towards Telluride, which is a beautiful part of the world. We're going to fly over the Denver Tech Center. Fun fact, used to live there. Some nice neighborhoods down there. And we're just going to keep on. Let's go ahead and bring our rate of ascent down just a little bit. And yeah, here we go. All right. Let's go ahead and level out. Just trying to trim the aircraft out a little bit now. And we're flying. Let's go ahead and bring our trim down just a little bit. Come on.
Dare Golf Sierra Alpha leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
Excellent. ATC, thank you. Acknowledge frequency change.
Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra Alpha frequency change.
All right, here we go. Now we're flying. This craft is honestly pretty amazing. Like when we get on flight, I might, or get on our target line, I may even activate the autopilot and just let it fly itself for a second while we look out the window at the unfettered beauty that is Colorado. So we're flying through South Denver right now. This is a city called Greenwood Village. It's actually a really nice place to hang out. It's got some nice restaurants. So we're going to fly out of there and just get ourselves on course as we approach our course line. Let me go ahead and get the GPS set up here. I'm also going to turn the music down just a little bit.
Delta Sierra, follow the generic on final. Wind 09 or 2 at 6.
Alright, here we go.
To land runway 35 left.
We're still climbing up to our cruise altitude of 12,000 feet, though we may have to climb higher to get over the mountains, but for now we should be just fine. This craft, we're doing 180 knots right now, and that is just our airspeed. We're probably over the ground going a fair bit quicker. I don't know what our true airspeed is, but we are kicking along. We are flying pretty quickly. This is a very fast airplane. Like I said, if this is the type of airplane you buy if you have private jet money, but you're frugal and you don't want a private jet. It's really a nice airplane to fly. Like once you get it trimmed out, which is what we're set at now, it just it just flies beautifully. Telluride is considered one of the more dangerous airports in the United States because you can't come up short, you can't come up long. Like there are cliffs on both sides of it. So it's kind of a gorgeous, but it is a gorgeous area. I actually haven't explored Telluride Airport the Telluride area in Colorado as much as I want to. I do know for a fact that there is a mine near Telluride Airport called Tomboy Mine. That's right, everybody. A lot of people think the only Tomboy mine in the world is actually located in Nevada, but it is not, everybody. There is a Tomboy mine in Colorado that I have yet to visit because tomboys are the best. Femboys are also great, though. So we are just getting on course here. We'll eventually land on our target, or our course line here. There's our altitude. Well, not quite. It's hollering at me because I'm within 1,000 feet of my altitude. So let's keep climbing a little bit. Just slowly but surely coming up to 12,000, which should get us over most of the stuff that we're gonna see today. It is a gorgeous day, as you all can see, for flying out here in Colorado. And we are just, we're having a nice, gentle flight to start the day off. And then we'll do some dumb stuff with a bush plane. But, you know, this is a nice, gentle flight just to start the stream today. Once again, flying over the best state, the state that I call home. The beauty and absolute perfection that is Colorado. Alright, we are now definitely above our altitude, so let's go ahead and trim the plane down just a little bit. We'll see if we can level out at about 12,000. Maybe 12,100, it's close enough. Alright, we're a little bit left of our flight plan, but that's okay. And we're just going to enjoy looking out the window. So this plane is, I mean, it's kind of I would say like a new trend with a lot of aircraft that you want them to be almost as automotive-like as they can be in their operation, you know? And this plane is I would say, very automotive-like in how much it can do for you and keep you safe. Though, as you can see from my altimeter, you really got to watch it. This plane has so much power that if you're not trimmed out properly, you will either be going very, very fast or be much higher than you want to be. It's a really, really, really powerful airplane. Like, we're well over 200 knots now, and it's still, you know, it's still just clearing its lungs. I'm at, like, 2/3 throttle, and it's still just wanting to climb and go faster. It's a heck of an airplane. What else is interesting about this? It's got its own weather radar, as you can see, which is pretty cool. Alright, let's go ahead and let's see what the autopilot will do if we select it. Okay, did that work? Okay. That did not work. Okay, I don't have my autopilot set up properly. That's okay. Let's go ahead and plop that down. Looks like we're... Why do I not have my... I feel like I should have my autopilot set properly. Nav on. Altitude hold mode on. Let's try this again. There we go. There we are. I think the autopilot's running. It's definitely a lot more stable than when I fly. Okay. Yeah. Altitude. Trim. What I'd really like to have is terrain turned on. Back. Yeah, I feel like I don't have autopilot turned on right now, and I feel... There we go. Okay, first let's turn that off, and let's just get... There we go. Okay, I actually have autopilot now. Sweet, I just had to get it configured. Okay, now I'm fighting with it for some reason. There we go. Alright. Let's go ahead and turn this altitude up to 13,000. Because we're going to need a little bit more altitude to get over some of these mountains. Nope. Not yet. Autopilot's being a little bit rough with us, so we're just going to fly this manually for a second. Hey, Poop, nice home you have. What's the highest area mountain in Colorado? Well, the highest mountain in Colorado is Mount Elbert. Mount Elbert is a mountain located near the town of Leadville, Colorado. It is just south of Mountain Massive. I actually climbed it a few years ago. It was a really fun day. It was really pretty. I got a couple of my friends that I went to college with came and visited, and we climbed Mount Elbert, and it was really pretty. Leadville is, fun fact, the highest incorporated town in the United States. I believe it's over 11,000 feet, and the air up there is quite thin. So if you go to one of the bars in Leadville, I would advise caution, because you will feel the effects of the alcohol pretty darn quickly. All right, we're gonna see if the autopilot actually works right now. Okay, there we go. It is. I think the autopilot is working correctly. Go to, we should have altitude hold. Okay, there we are. Sweet, we're flying. Okay. Anywho, yes, so... yeah, it is a gorgeous area. I have not climbed Mount Massive, which is just north of Elbert, as I said. but I want to. It's very high on my list of peaks that I want to get. I just have to like start training a bunch. Because if you're like nice, if you're well trained up, and I mean like you don't have to be like a super athlete or anything, but like you want to be in good shape. Climbing a 14er is like literally some of the most fun you can have in a day. If you're not in good shape or you don't prepare properly, they're kind of awful to climb. It's basically a bad day. All right, let's go ahead and check and see how far away we are from our target. We are making good progress. There we go. Look at that. We're flying nicely. I am going to eventually... let's go ahead and bring our altitude up to 14,000 feet. This is a pressurized aircraft, so we don't have to worry about air. And let's bring our vertical speed control up to about 200 feet a minute. As you can see, we do have a mountain range in front of us that we're going to need to get over. This is one of those planes that has a really nice autopilot. You can pretty much do anything. It will do approaches for you. The new TBM 940, which is their, I think either their newest model or the 950, actually has an auto land button. You literally click a button, and if there was an emergency or something, you just click a button, and the plane basically says, okay, it's time to land, there is an emergency. The plane will find the nearest airport, communicate with that there is an emergency to the ATC at that airport, and it will land for you. It will do everything. It will put the gear down, it'll put the flaps down, it will land and stop on the runway for you. Pretty amazing stuff. But yeah, Fonz, that is, you know, the yeah, Mount Elbert is the highest thing. Now, there are towns higher than Leadville, if you're curious. There is the town of Alma, Colorado, which I believe is the highest city in the United States. It's way up there. It is way up there. I think it's like 12,000 something feet. It's a tiny little town. There's like 5 buildings in it. Fun fact, it is just north of, or just, no, I'm wrong. It is just east of Fairplay. Fairplay is the town, or the city, that the fictional town of South Park is based off of. And if you go to Fairplay, there you will see some South Park like paraphernalia and accoutrement. They are very proud that they are the town that South Park is based off of. Because in Colorado, South Park isn't actually a town, it is a region. But the fictional town of South Park is based off of the town of Fairplay, which is in the South Park region of Colorado. So we're going to slowly but surely make our way up to 14,000 feet, which may not be high enough because, as you can see, our wings are level with several of the large peaks around us. We are in, you know, high mountain air here in Colorado. Actually, I wondered, are we going to fly over Fairplay? It would be cool if we did. I'm trying to find some references here, some reference points to see if we're going to fly over Fairplay. We're going to be in the region. But yeah, we're flying over a beautiful area in Colorado. We, I believe, are going to cross the Sangre de Cristo mountain range soon, which last week, if you all remember, we did some gliding near that gorgeous region of Colorado. I probably won't subject you all to gliding this week, but I do, as you know, very much do enjoy it. I think with this plane, the really biggest problem it has is you have when you fly it is dealing with the immense amount of power that it does have. You know, that big turboprop up in the front really wants to go all the time. Like, once again, we're at 2/3 throttle and we're just screaming through the sky here actually, we're gonna go, let's bring ourselves up to 14,500 and let's get our climb rate up a little bit here, because you can see we have a mountain range coming up in front of us that we want to be able to get over. Couldn't be a more beautiful day to fly, though. Like, really pretty. This plane also is really fun to fly if the weather's not great, because it is IFR rated, and it has a ton, and I mean a truly a ton of, like, safety features and anti-ice and all sorts of stuff. We're using the pitot heater today, and, our windshield de-ice, though we don't even need it. I'm actually going to go ahead and plop that off. Prop de-ice is probably not needed either. We're going to keep our pitot heat and everything off. We'll turn on our inertial separator for landing. The inertial separator is very interesting. It is if a piece of debris or like an animal or something was on the runway, the inertial separator, if the engine ingests that thing, the inertial separator literally has like basically a trap door on the back of the engine intake that can fall open and allow the animal or piece of debris to slide through the intake system and not damage the turbine engine. It's an interesting safety feature that these planes have. All right. It's a gorgeous day to fly out here. Like I said, we're going to do some bush plane flying soon. Maybe we might head north up into Idaho or Wyoming for that. Just crossing our multiple mountain ranges here. You can see looking out the left window, you can see that the mountain ranges run north to south because the compression was from east and west that built them. Basically all of the western United States was accreted during a tectonic collision between the Pacific Plate and the North American Plate over several million years. Hey, thanks, Font, and thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. And if you have any more questions or interests in fun facts about the state of Colorado, or just some interesting geology conversation, definitely come back and say hi. And yeah, once again, thank you so much for the follow. Love the follows. Anywho, yes, so this was a compressional mountain range. I mean, most of them are. But the Pacific Plate was subducting underneath the North American Plate. And during that subduction, there were, like, small, I guess you could say, like, microcontinents that accreted onto the side of the North American continent, and that's what created these mountain ranges. Fun fact, this is not the first Rocky Mountain range that existed. There was something called the Ancestral Rockies that existed before the Rocky Mountains we see today. And they were about the same size, possibly even a little bit taller, and they almost entirely eroded away, and then the modern Rockies were basically built on top of, or where they were. So there are a bunch of formations. I believe the Fountain Formation, which can be found in Colorado, is a holdover from the Ancestral Rockies. As those mountains eroded away, the Fountain Formation was deposited. So there's some fun facts for you about the Rocky Mountains. I really wish I could get terrain turned on. That's pretty cool. I don't know what I did there. Oh, okay, there we go. It actually is going to put us online. Now, what I'd really like to see, though, is our terrain. So we don't have terrain turned on. How do I go to settings? Settings. Bearing 1, PFD bone full. Other PFD settings. Altitude units. Wind. Let's get our wind turned on. I like to have wind. No. Better. There we go. Back. I really wish it wouldn't give me this, like, cheater thing to try to show me what everything does. I'd like to be able to actually turn things on. Attitude overlays. Synthetic terrain. There we go. Heck yeah. There we go. Now we got terrain, everybody. Now we can see the mountain that we're going to hit on several screens and not just out the window. But yeah, we're just cruising along. Really pretty day. You know, I'm using live weather, so it looks like this outside. It is just partly cloudy and beautiful. Great day to let the plane basically fly for you and just look out the window at the gorgeous mountains flying by. What does that say? Use of phone by pilot in control. PIC. Pilot in command. Prohibited during all aircraft operations. Don't use your phone, people. Or you'll die. Alright, let's go ahead and see how far we are. We are moving right along here. Yeah, we're about a little over halfway. Let's go ahead and, what is that? ATEX? Let's go ahead and get our ATC tuned, nearest airport list. You can see there are a ton of small airports in Colorado. Airports farther. If we need to, I can do this manually on the radio. Alright, let's try this again. No, I do not want to request flight follower. Alright, you know what? Let's just do this manually. We have the time. There's nothing in front of us. We're looking great. Okay. .350. Okay, so let's go to our radio, which I think is here. Speed bugs, minimums, traffic maps, sensors, PFD settings, nav source, bearing, OBS. Okay. There is a radio in this plane somewhere. It's required. Is it in the thing? It might be in the thing. Can I find the radio? Man, I hope I can. Okay. Crew music source. I love this plane. Alright, you can see the, the trim wheel moving as the plane auto trims. Okay. I don't know where the radio is on this thing. Oh, hang on. Nav comm. Okay, comm 1.
Center, friendly tree 4212,000 feet.
Approach
Friendly tree 42 Denver Center, altimeter tree 0 Denver
1,
tree 6 radar
2,
contact,
5,
Foxtrot, Quebec,
350, and then we're gonna switch them. There we go. So we should be tuned. Yeah, 125. All right, yeah, we should be tuned for that airport. So let's go ahead and go back to our, the multi-function display. Weather. Map. Traffic. Interesting. Sorry, I get distracted because I just really like all the cool crap this plane can do. Anyways, let's take a look out the window here. Once again, it's just a beautiful day. You can still see some snow on the ground. I remember when this game came out that, like, there was a big... One of the first major updates they did for this game was they were like, we're gonna have snow, and it's gonna accumulate, and lakes will freeze over so you can land on them. It was like a big deal.
4.5 SkyWest Tree 222. Goodbye.
Yeah, just having a lovely day here. This is...
Denver Center SkyWest Tree.
We are flying into the wind right now, which is slowing us down a little bit. You can see there is a runway right there, which I'd love to know what airport that is. That is Gunnison and Crested Butte Regional Airport. Really pretty area, actually. That's Montrose. Just looking through my airport list now.
Tree 09er, you are tree 6 miles southeast. Descend and maintain 12,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 6 approach via Hotel Bravo uniform transition. Cleared to Hotel Bravo uniform.
Okay, here we go. This thing where you can click on airports and get their information off the map, that was not in this game when they first released it. So that's a huge quality of life improvement that they added, which is really nice.
Transition cleared to Hotel Bravo uniform. Execute tree 09er.
We're still looking for
Climb
K-Tax.
and maintain 13,000 feet.
Of course.
Southwest tree 222, descend and maintain 13,000 feet. Climb and maintain 13.
Back. Nearest airport. Let's see if we can find it here. Airport's farther from us. Airport's farther from us. Nope. Still not showing. We got a lot of airports in Colorado, so, you know, you don't really get to see... Alright, there we go. So we'll just let her fly for a while. We've got a ways to go till we get where we're going, but we're not too far out. We're making really good time, even though we're flying into the what's it called? Into the wind. And once again, wow, just a really pretty day. Like, look at that. See little splotches of water there? Little ponds.
100 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 13,000 feet. Altimeter tree 0 decimal tree.
Yeah, the TBM series of aircraft is, yeah, it is private jet, near private jet performance for turboprop money.
Descending 13,000 feet. Golden Gate 9er, 79er, Denver Center altimeter tree
Yeah, these are just really cool airplanes. You can see the oxygen masks in case of decompression are just up and to your left. Plenty of air vents and really nice floodlight or pilot floodlights, which you can turn on in this game, though it doesn't show, sadly.
Execute tree 09er, contact Denver approach on 124.5. Good day.
Check all. Oh, we could probably turn these our landing lights off,
12,000 feet. Golden Gate 9er, 79er.
so we don't blind other pilots if they see us. Gens look good. Electric source is on generator. Engine generators on main.
124 decimal
Autopilot trim is all the way on. Fuel switch pump is on auto. Let's go ahead and check our fuel, actually. Make sure we're not burning too much fuel from one of our tanks. Where is our fuel? Yep, it is switching automatically, so we're good. Keep us nice and balanced. Alright, there we go. So yeah, everything's nominal. We are running... Oh, I was going to say this. Fun fact, this is a true constant speed prop. So you can see our prop RPM is exactly 2,000. That, like, never changes. Like, if the plane wants more thrust and you push the thrust lever, the throttle, quote, in quotes, throttle, if you push the thrust lever forward, it just changes the pitch of the propeller and auto-manages the throttle. It's a really, really, really cool system. We have our inertial separator on. We can actually turn that off for now. We'll turn it on before we land, if I remember. But yeah, very, very cool stuff in this plane. Very modern, very easy to fly. You know another plane, or
Maintain 13,000 feet skywest tree 222.
you know another plane that we should eventually fly is in this is we should fly the God, I can't remember what it's called. It's like a little seaplane. It's the A5 seaplane, but I forgot who makes it. That plane is super car-like. Like it is a car. It doesn't have it on autopilot, so long flights like this are a little bit harder with it. You gotta, pay more attention and not just sit and talk to your two viewers the whole time. But it's a fun plane to fly. Like I said, we're gonna do some bush flying once I land here,
Descend and maintain 13,000
because bush flying is fun. We're about, as you can see, we're actually starting to get a little bit close
222. Descend and maintain 12,000
to our airport of choice. So I'll tell you what we should do. We should actually, let's go ahead and set our altitude to,
feet skywest tree 222.
let's go ahead and set it to, let's go down to like 14,000 feet and let's start descending. So we're going to go vertical control, and I want to go down 100, 200 feet per minute. And we're going to start descending, because the airport, I believe that we're going to land at is around 9,000 feet. The air up here is very thin, so our landing speed will probably be quite fast. A bad habit that I have in this game and flying in general is I like, they always tell you want to come in and flare and basically gently stall onto the runway. Not all airplanes really like that. Some just want to be flown into the ground. And this is one of those planes. It doesn't want you to do that awesome bush pilot landing where you just slow down as much as you can and then touch down. This plane wants to be flown into the runway. So it's one of those planes too that its landing speed is a bit higher than what I'm used to, what I like to fly and land at. And you do have to kind of get used to landing at that speed,
Descend and maintain 13,000 feet skywest tree 222.
Alright. Let's go ahead and zoom into our panel here. What I really want to look at is what is our estimated time. ETA, so we're 37 nautical miles away, so we're getting pretty close. Now, I have never landed here. Let's see if we can actually hail them on the radio. Oh my god, stop talking, lady. Nearest airport list, come on. I want to be KTEX, there we go. Tune KTEX traffic with 123. Automated weather, select runway for landing. What's our wind heading coming from? Wind's coming from the west, so we want to land, if the wind's coming from the west, we want to land runway 27. Let's go ahead and let's announce our position.
Tango Echo X-ray traffic Dare Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra Alpha Tree 4 miles northeast 14,000 feet inbound to land runway 27.
Okay, there we go. You can see another plane up here either landing there or flying over that airport. Here in a second, we're going to switch our oh gosh darn it, hang on. I clicked the wrong thing and now everything's messed up. No, come on, there we go. Heading. Okay, we're going to switch that to, we're going to switch over to heading flight here in a second because actually, you know what? I know how to fly. We'll just do this manually. Alright, we're going to start heading south so we can set up kind of a long final, because I like to do those. So let's go ahead and turn to the south very gently now. And And we're just gonna land this sucker, you know, visually, because I know how to fly airplane. Airplane, no I. You can see there's a nice little valley there. So we're gonna make for the end of that valley, because I think the runway we're looking for is nestled within. And we'll just get this sucker done. Beautiful. A lot of these are high 13,000 foot peaks next to us right now. And you can just see the absolute gorgeous nature of all of them. That'd actually be a fun mountain to try to land on right there. Hey, come on. I'm trimming you for a reason. I command that you trim up the way I tell you to. All right. Yeah, just a gorgeous day. But yeah, a lot of these are fairly high 13ers. There are actually a lot of people who climb mountains in Colorado who say that the 13ers are the real star of the show, and while the 14,000 foot mountains are taller, the 13ers provide a greater variety of climbing terrain and you know, interesting things to see and do while you're up on the mountain. We're gonna start looking for this valley, because like I said, I'm cutting south a bit off course, because I want to set up our landing. So I'm kind of leaning over the dash here, looking around. You know, fun fact, VFR flight, visual flight rules, basically means you fly by looking out the window. All of these nice gauges and everything are very helpful, but at the end of the day, you're going to fly the airplane by looking out the window. Okay, come on. Let's take a look there. So it's over there. Okay. We'll just keep flying south, and then we'll line up at a distance to our nice little runway and attempt a nice landing. Wow, it's already been an hour. The hours just fly by when you're having fun, everybody. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna just gently start looking to our left here. Yeah, I've got a hotkey, or not a hotkey, I've got a shortcut where it will show me the airport that I'm flying to. Now, I think our descent is going to have to be pretty aggressive to get into this airport. Hence why I think it's, you know, considered to be one of the more dangerous airports. Is we're going to have to do kind of an aggressive descent to get down into it. And it's just on the other side of those mountains there, too, which is kind of exciting. You know, we'll see what we can do. I eventually want to do some flying in the Himalayas for everybody here. That I won't be able to use actual weather or time there, because the airport I want to fly out of, which is Tenzing Norgay International Airport, doesn't have any IFR or really nighttime support. Like, it is not a nighttime airport. You do not fly into it or out of it at night. So I'll have to set the weather up manually. Basically just to whatever the weather was the day before. Because I'd love to do like a mission where we fly to, you know, we fly out to like Tenzing Norgay International Airport and we like fly and circle Mount Everest. I think that would be a really fun day of flying for everybody. Okay, we're just going to come around here. Let's go ahead and drop our engine thrust a little bit.
Kilo Tango Echo X-ray traffic Dare Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra Alpha 1 3 miles east 15,000 feet inbound to land runway 27.
And I'm going to start bleeding off a lot of speed here during this turn. I'm not sure if this is my canyon coming up, or I think we got to get over one more range here. So I'm going to give us a little more throttle here. Just let the plane find its way. Yeah, I think we got to get over this ridge line up here, and then we're going to start descending pretty quickly. because we got to descend several thousand feet in very short order. Now, with the Pilatus PC-6, which I flew last week, it has that beta flight mode, which is awesome, because then you can just, like, straight up... You can basically just dive it, almost, and I think that's our airport right there. You can basically dive the darn thing, and it won't gain any speed. This plane is much more slippery and doesn't have the cool beta flight mode, so you have to be a little careful when you start to head down pretty quickly. But we're gonna just... Okay, we're gonna lower our... Oh, I know. Don't tell me about landing gear. I know what I'm doing.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
Okay, we're gonna start bleeding off speed here.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing
Airplane,
Landing gear.
airplane, please.
Landing gear. Landing
Okay,
gear.
we're gonna do a quick turn here to burn off some speed, because I need to get down to where I'm at a flat performative speed.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing
Do a
gear.
tight little turn
Landing
here.
gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
I know what I'm doing, airplane. Stop yelling at me. There's the town of Telluride right there, looking beautiful.
Landing gear. Landing gear.
Okay, can I turn you off?
Landing
Thank you. Nope, I can't.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
Okay, we're gonna just try to pull up here until I can get my flaps down, because unfortunately, that thing is not gonna shut up until I get flaps down.
Landing gear.
Okay, there we go.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing
Okay, there are my flaps.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing
We're gonna drop the landing gear finally.
Landing gear. Landing
Generate just about as much drag as we possibly can here.
Landing gear.
Alright, here we go. We're coming in a bit steep. Once again, this isn't really the plane for this kind of steep landing, but she's gonna do it because I'm gonna ask her to do it. And we are. There we go. We finally bled off enough speed, and we're at a good landing speed. We're gonna aim for those nice white lines there on the runway that tell us where to touch down. And we're just gonna let her kind of fall here. Once again, if I were in the Pilatus PC-6, I would be in beta flight mode right now. Now, as we pull up here, we need to be really careful. We're going to want to add a little bit of power so that we don't stall. Here is Telluride, everybody. Okay, you can hear the engine spooling as I just feed in power here. There we go. Yeah. Angle of attack sensor is doing its thing, which is awesome. AOA sensors are kind of the greatest thing in the world. Especially if you're going to do a landing like this. They really help you prevent from stalling. Alright, here we go. You can see the things come up arriving at airport. Here we go. Like I said, this plane kind of likes to be flown into the ground. It doesn't want to do a huge flare. It just wants you to gently kiss the ground at speed and then slow down. So that's what we're gonna do. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Greased it. Beautiful landing. And we're just gonna be hard on the brakes here and bring the plane in. Beautiful. All right, let's go ahead and bring our flaps up. And let's go ahead and taxi to parking, everybody. You notice there are no taxiways. We're going to taxi on our runway here. So, and we want to clear the runway quickly, so we're going to come around and then just tap the brakes a couple times as we turn to get her to flip around. And we did not, as you can see, everybody, we did not use a whole bunch of that runway. We used basically no runway there, which is awesome. You know, I could have rolled this thing all the way to the end if I wanted to. Just a gorgeous day in Telluride, by the way. See our windsock showing us our tailwind there now that we're taxiing. One thing they tell you is, when you're taxiing in the wind, you fly the airplane even when it's on the ground to maintain stability. But you can see the windsock's pretty chill, actually. It's actually pointing the wrong way. I thought the wind was coming from the west, but it might be coming from the east now down here. All right, we're just gonna gently taxi off of our runway here. And we're gonna find a nice place to park. Right over here. I mean, I had so much fun. We might fly out of here and do another flight-to-flight location in beautiful Colorado. Let's go ahead and taxi over to this nice hangar here. There we go. What's up, boys? How we doing today? And we'll let them pull us to where we want to be. Let's park here. All right, now let's shut her down, everybody. Park and brake on. Master caution. Got it. Let's go ahead and boop, 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 boop. All right, let's go ahead and start shutting down everything. All right. I think, let's go to starter engine, fuel switch pump, ignition. I think that our ignition, let's go down to off. Okay. I remember that turning the actual engine off in this thing is a little bit difficult. Because it wants to keep running. Okay, let's go ahead and... Oh, okay, here we go. There we go. There, we're gonna let our engine spin down. Oh, I know. Don't worry. There we go. Beautiful. Yep, I know the engine's off. I know, plane, because I turned it off. Okay, parking brake is on. Let's go ahead and we can... That's off. We'll switch our electric source to battery and then off. And the plane is cold and dark. Kick all these off. Everything should be off. Pull our crash bar down. And there you go, everybody. That is a TVM flight from Centennial Airport, Colorado to Telluride. Wasn't that fun? I had fun. All right, let's go back to our main menu. I think we're going to fly out of Telluride and do some some old school Colorado bush flying. We'll just have to, it'll depend on what airplane we choose. There is the Zlin Aviation. Let's go ahead and go here. So, where were we? That's Cheyenne, Denver, Telluride. Where is it? Ooh. What was this one? Yep, Telluride. We're going to set this as our departure. Actually, there's some cool stuff we can go see. Maybe we do like a little bit of, yeah, let's do some low speed bush flying and go see some cool stuff. So let's go here. Let's go to aircraft selection and let's grab ourselves a bush plane. Now, there are several bush planes in this game to choose from. This one's, the Zlin Aviation Shock Ultra, is basically like, this cruise speed is 78 knots. Like, it does not go fast. It is very slow, but the cool thing about it is you could just land it on a dime. I'm going to choose something with a couple more modern creature comforts. One of those is going to mainly be a autopilot and a modern avionics suite. There is the Kit Fox, too, that I bought, which is pretty cool to fly. Oh, the Icon A5. That's the seaplane I was talking about earlier. We're going to do some, like, Caribbean flying one of these days in that thing, because that's a fun plane to fly. This thing, Flight Design CTSL, is also a really neat little plane to fly. It also has it's one of the few planes in this game that has negative flaps, which is neat. We could take the Optica out. The Optica's so cool to fly, especially if you're sightseeing. It just... Ooh, you know what? Let's take the Optica out. Now, as I remember, it doesn't really... 14,000 feet is its max altitude. We might crash this thing. The last time I flew this, I crashed it. But let's give it a shot. All right, let's go to... We'll click that real quick. Let's do a quick... Let's get our flight. We're gonna set this as our departure. Set as arrival. Okay, and now I want to add stops. Add. 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 There we go. There's a nice little flight for us. So we'll take off and land at Telluride. Now, before we take off and land, I do want to I want to set my... Come on. Why? See, my mouse is being really weird. We're going to set that as our departure. Okay, so we're going to go here, and then we're going to go to weight and balance. I want to add as much fuel as I possibly can. We're going to add a co-pilot to get our crap centered. Okay, well... How do we get our weight and balance centered? Let's figure this out here real quick. Let's bring our... Okay, let's bring this down. There we go. There we go. We'll do that. That's how you do it, right there. Flight conditions, we're going to set those to live. Wow, this plane does not want to be, correctly... Okay, this plane does not want to be, correctly balanced. Okay, 0, 0, 0. Okay, 170. And we'll call that 150. There we are. That puts us mostly in balance. All right, let's do this before I screw it up more. Let's fly this thing, everybody. This airplane, there's actually a really interesting video that I saw about this airplane that basically, the reason it was designed is helicopters are very expensive to run per hour, and this was supposed to deliver near helicopter performance for observation, recon, disaster, assessment and stuff, but at a way cheaper cost, So there are fire departments, actually some militaries use these things. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of fire departments and militaries that use these craft for recon, and you can see why. There's just it's unmatched visibility. All right. Okay, let's see if we can start this airplane, because I don't know how to start this thing. Okay, look behind me. There's my first aid. Exit, fire extinguisher. Okay. Let's go ahead and check this. Ballast warning, ballast position indicator. To fly north. Okay, compass deviation card, which is not filled out. Interesting. All right. Let's see if we can get her started up. She has a very helicopter-like, what's it called? Control panel, kind of just stuck here in the middle. So let's go ahead and go to our battery master. There we go. Easy peasy, everybody. Now, I do believe this thing has a autopilot, so what I'd like to actually do is get that set up. So if I'm chatting with our lovely chat here, if anybody pops in, we can get that set. So let's go ahead and turn our lights on. Okay, still letting this boot up. It's only to be used as a general reference in your surrounding. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's got a It's got to start its, what's it called? It's got to acquire its GPS satellites. So we're going to just let that come up. Okay. Check that. All right, well, that's coming up. Let's start it. So, taxi landing lights, throw, pitot heat. I think our engine is here. There's our flaps. That's our parking brake. This is our mixture. So let me double check. Let's bring that up. Okay, throttle. There's our throttle. Okay. So we're just going to go through it. Eventually, there should be a start button. Start engine. Okay, let's bring this mixture back a little bit. Is our fuel on? We should have fuel. Am I dumb? I think I might be dumb. Oh my god, did you guys see that weird... See this? This is DLSS working right now. You can see that weird pattern forming on that building. Sorry, I got distracted. All right, let's go to our checklist, and we'll just get this sucker. Okay, pre-flight inspection before starting engine. Strobe off. Okay, as panel light as required. Flaps 0. Okay, starting engine. Magnetos. Where are magnetos at? Okay, show me my magneto switch. All right, there we go. That's why it won't start. Both. There we go. Doors closed and locked. Fuel tank pushed. Fuel selector, fuelless tank. Fuel pump on. Where's our fuel pump at? There we go. Nope. Mixture, rich. Okay, set our mixture up to rich. Magnetos both. Brakes, test and set. Starter on. Throttle 1 centimeter. Okay, bring our throttle up. Let's see if she'll start for us now. Huh. Why does it want our magnetos set to... Okay. Oh my god, is this entire stream going to be me trying to start this plane? Both. I really hope it's not going to be. Give me a second to think about this, everybody. I know we can do this. I know we can get it to start. Is it just not going to start at this altitude? This could be it. We might be at slightly too high of an... Okay, open. There we go. Here we go. Now it's going to start. There we go. That's okay. That's all right. We want it to... Come on. All right, we just got a mixture issue here, so I'm trying to get it to where I can basically throttle it down and let it idle properly. There we go. That's a good idle. All right, there we go, everybody. We have started the plane. Okay, we can see our flight path here. I want to get my GPS CDI set up. And I've already screwed this up. Great. Let me go ahead and my VFR map. Okay. I think we should be good there. Message. Flight plan. Plan mode. VNav. Toggle vertical navigation page. Procedures. Map zoom. Okay. Let's go to our vertical navigation page. I want to get to... Let's see if we can actually do this. Can we... Okay, that's my radio. Navigate pages. Go back. Huh. Fascinating. I am terrible at running this plane. Anyways, let's get our generators on, our pitot heat on, landing lights. We'll get those on eventually. Okay, let's fly, everybody. Sorry, I got really distracted just playing with this thing. Okay, procedures. Select approach, select arrival. Interesting. Procedures. What does this do? COM frequency swap. COM volume. Nav frequency swap. Interesting. Nav 1 volume. Set course direct to menu. Clear, enter, VNav. Let's see if we can actually get this sucker to go. Okay. There we go. All right, let's set our altitude up to... actually, 11,000 is not bad. Go up to 10,000. Oh my god. Why don't you do this? Okay. 12,000. Enter. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to go to turn VNav off. There we go. All right, here we are. I think we're ready to taxi and take off. Sorry for the wait, everybody. I just haven't flown this thing for a while, and last time I flew it, I crashed the hell out of this thing. And I'd prefer not to do that again, because it was embarrassing. Okay, ATC, let's go ahead and tune traffic here. We're going to depart to the south. Okay, take off runway 9, departure to the south. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and... Okay, just gonna get ourselves in position here and taxi out to the runway. And we're gonna be taking off runway 9. We do have to taxi down the runway at this airport, as we saw when we landed here. You can see, though, why this plane is, like, kind of popular. It is just, you know, you can see out of, you know, there's no blind spot in this plane. I guess directly behind you, but, you know, that's any aircraft, I would suppose. So we're going to go ahead and just putter on out here. Boop, 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 boop. Now, this is not like a Bush airplane or anything like that by any stretch of the imagination. So I have a feeling that flying at this altitude, we're gonna be what is it called? We're gonna be actually struggling to get off the runway. So I'm gonna taxi us all the way down to the end. You know, that's kind of... Oh, and you know what? Gosh darn it! I just realized I lost my music because YouTube's doing that thing of, oh, are you still watching? Which I hate. All right, let's go ahead and taxi out to our runway. Okay, here we go. And we're going to take off runway 9, so we're going east. Which I don't know why it does that, because the windsock is not showing the wind going that direction. But I assume that the wind at altitude is going a slightly different direction than the wind down here once we're off the runway. So we're going to taxi onto the runway. And we're just going to taxi down to the end of it. Once again, I suspect it is going to literally take the whole runway to get this thing off the ground. It is not a Bush plane, everybody. Okay. We can throttle down. We're just rolling down the hill here. This runway is on a small incline. Really cool area. Can't wait to head south and go check out our flight plan today, which is going to take us to Mesa Verde, which has some beautiful cliff dwellings, which I'm hoping for us to see. Mesa Verde, Colorado is a gorgeous town where there is a really cool KOA in Mesa Verde where if you ask nicely, they will let you sleep in a teepee. Pretty neat stuff. Yeah, it's a cool part of the world. I love it when we're down near the ground. I get such poor FPS when we're down here. We're getting like 35 FPS right now. All right, we're gonna just let the engine, we're using just a little bit of throttle here to get ourselves down to the end of the runway. Now, somewhere in this plane, there is supposed to be a fuel tank selector. There it is, okay. So we'll use that later to keep our craft within balance. All right. Almost down to the end of the runway. This just takes a second, folks, because, yeah, there is no taxiway at this airport. This is an airport without taxiway. There was not the room when they built it. All right, here we go. This is the end of our runway. So let's go ahead and throttle down. Tap those brakes a couple times. I'd say we're close enough. If we can't get off with this much, you know, this is a fairly long runway. Like, you know, it's at altitude. Okay, here we go, everybody. Final checks. Let's go ahead and get our flaps down. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna throttle really high. We're looking for about 60 miles an hour on our airspeed there. Don't have it yet. Come on. Are we gonna make this? Are we gonna make this? Come on, little plane. That's 60. We should be able to fly now. Whoa, whoa. She's trying to stall on me. Come on, plane. I know you don't want to fly up here because the air is thin, but we gotta fly now. It's time to fly, little plane. Okay, we're gonna turn right so we can clear this hill right at the end of the runway. Come on. Oh god, we're gonna crash. Come on, plane. Come on, get up. Get up. Whoa, she's trying to stall over the wing. All right, there we go. Now we're gonna dive a bit. And there's some airspeed. Woo! Woo! That was rough. That was a terrible takeoff. Oh, I'm blown away we're actually flying right now. All right, let's real quick see if we can get a little more engine performance here. We have all the time in the world flying down this canyon. Let's dial our mixture back a little bit. There we go. I bet that'll actually give us some more performance at this altitude so we can get our correct stoichiometry. I think we're gonna die here, though. We're gonna start kind of getting over to the left here, because we're gonna have to turn around. This valley ends. Plus, we're going the wrong way. Man, we are just not getting any sort of altitude. Okay, we're going to have to attempt to turn. We're just going to have to hope for the best here, folks. Okay, come on. Come on. There we go. Woo! All right. No, don't stall. Don't stall. Come on. I'm trimming you down just for this reason. Wow. This thing does not like to fly at this altitude. Okay. No, come on. Yeah, this is not a happy airplane right now. I think we might have to select another airport for landing, everybody. I think landing at Telluride might not be the best idea. Pretty, though. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Let's go ahead and see if we can gain some altitude. We don't need to gain a ton, because I don't think really any of the places we're going to are actually higher up than we are. So if we can just do some canyon flying here, we should be okay. Beautiful. There we go. Gorgeous. Look at that. Gorgeous. What a pretty day. Now, we are still gaining a bit of altitude here. We're just not gaining it quickly. Okay, here we go, and we're flying. That river looks a little bit too steep to be real. Every now and then you see the game try to, like, it's like, oh, there must be a river in there because there's a valley, and it's like, yeah, but, like, it's probably not that deep. Okay, now we're flying. I can even take my hands off the controls every now and then and just let the plane fly itself. Now, funnily enough, I think Optica no longer... I forgot how many Opticas were built, but I believe they currently don't build them anymore. But if you have an old Optica and you want it restored, the company Optica Aircraft will restore it for you. Like, they'll make it like new so that you can keep flying it. Because these things are not very common. I think there's less than like 25 of them in the world. But there are militaries, fire departments, police departments that still use these things because of just how good they are at their like observation duties. You know, you can look down at the ground. Like you know, it's such a weird little airplane. Very cool though. I mean, we're absolutely rigging this poor little engine out here trying to get up to altitude. But if we can get over this mountain range, we'll be back on course to go see some beautiful Native American cliff dwellings. That's kind of our primary goal of this flight. I forgot how old. I believe they were built in the 10 or 1100s, the Mesa Verde cliff dwellings. I don't think they're quite 1,000 years old. They might be a little bit newer than that. But they are absolutely gorgeous. I got to go down and visit them a couple of years ago and see them, and they are really pretty. So I'm excited to see how the game renders them, if we can actually see them from an airplane flying by, and if we make it, because I'm flying up this valley in the hope that we'll be able to pop over the top of this mountain range, and I'm beginning to believe that that is not going to be what happens. I'm beginning to believe that we're going to die. I believe we are in a fair bit of trouble here. We are still gaining altitude. We're just not gaining altitude very quickly. We might be able to edge in over that ridge there, but what's on the other side of that ridge is what concerns me. Let's see. We might crash today, everybody. This could be my first on-stream crash. Outside of that one time I didn't know how to turn the afterburners on. The, what's it called? The Dark Star. But let's see how much... Yeah, there we go. Let's see if we can get about 500 feet a minute here out of this thing. Will it climb? Let's find out. Here we go. And I assume because my chat, you know, I've seen how bloodthirsty you guys are when I play Kerbal. I assume that if I'm going to crash, you want me to fight this sucker down to the ground for your enjoyment. Okay, we need a little bit more. We need just a little bit more altitude, plane. Come on. Come on. I know you're not happy being at this altitude, and I'm not happy taking you up here. But I'm gonna need you to give me some altitude. Definitely should have taken out a bush plane for this rather than this thing, but, you know, it's the adventure. Come on, girl. Come on. Okay, well, I was hoping we'd pop over a ridge here, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen, and we are gonna crash. Come on. Alright, plane, I'm gonna need you to give me all the altitude you possibly can right now. Yeah, I know. You're thinking about stalling on me. Yeah, we're not gonna make it. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. We're in big trouble. We're in extremely big trouble. Nope, don't stall on me. We gotta come around. We're gonna try to save it. Okay, we're not gonna save it. We're gonna try to crash in an area that's, like, reasonable. Come on. Come on. Shiza. Here we go. Ah. Oh, dear. Alright, let's go back to the main menu and get a plane that can actually do this. I never learned. Flying the Optica at high altitude is just, it's not a plane designed to be flown like that. I never, ever, ever learned. Alright, let's get something a little more high performance. Where's my X-Cub at? X-Cub. Need bush plane. Need modern high-tech bush plane. Where's my X-Cub at? There it is. Yes. All right. Let's go to our weight and balance. Let's load this thing with fuel because we want it to get us where we need to go. I'm going to say I'm not going to fly with a co-pilot because co-pilots are garbage. And I'm going to fly instead with like 120 pounds of gear. Because gear doesn't complain. Yep. All right, sweet. Now, let's get a good paint job on this thing, too. Let's do the flight sim. Let's check my weight and balance again. We're good. All right, sweet. All right, let's try this one more time, everybody. Let's actually go see these cool things, because I want to do this flight. This looks like a very pretty flight. All right, let's go parking, set as departure. Then we're going to set this airport as our arrival. Okay. And then we're going to go to our Cliff Palace at Mesa Verde. We're going to add that. We can go to Ship Rock. Let's add that. And let's go to Chocro Culture National Park as well. Boom. There we go. And you can see this plane has a ton of range, so we're not even come close to touching the range that it has. All right, let's do this. I'll pull my throttle back so I'm not at like maximum throttle when we load in. It's an interesting song that YouTube is playing for me right now. All right, now this plane, I shouldn't have too much trouble starting because I have flown this plane a great deal. This is one of my favorite planes to fly. And theoretically, this plane has a pretty intense climb rate, so I don't think we're going to have any sort of problem getting over the mountains here. So let's go ahead and get all this closed and out of our way. And first things first, let's get our, pull lean. Let's get that richened up, but not all the way. We want it back a couple of selections because... Okay, that's all right. Okay, open. We want a high throttle set to high RPM. All right, let's do this. Main battery. Okay, let's go ahead and get our... those are our magnetos. Let's do our avionics. Strobe, navigation. There we go. Everything should be pretty well set up. This plane... Let's go ahead and set an altitude. Okay, let's set our altitude to like 13,000. That'll get us above most of the mountains. This takes just a second, everybody. Okay, let's go to one more. 13,000, there we go. All right. We're going to set our nav mode to GPS. Nav mode on. I want to set it to vertical speed mode. Let's set that to, we want to go up about 500, 300 feet a minute. It's probably good. Approach mode, we don't need that. Heading select, we don't need that. We're going to set our PFD here to, we can click that and go to VOR, GPS. There we go. Let's turn Flight Director on and click that off. Yeah, like I said, I actually know a lot about this plane. This is probably one of my favorite planes in this game to fly. All right, let's kick our fuel pump on. Fuel PSI is good. Magnetos, good. Alternator field, we don't need that quite yet. We don't need those quite yet. Let's go ahead and turn her on. Yeah, she starts right up. Okay, let's adjust our idle a little bit. We don't want it to be too... We don't want our... what's it called? We don't want our... Okay. Yeah, that's our carburetor heater. Let's turn that on. We want to get plenty of hot air into this thing. Okay, there we go, everybody. We should be set and ready to rock and roll. So that is, yeah, it's pretty easy to quick this up. Let's get our alternator on, and we'll pop the landing lights on when we get out to the runway. Let's go ahead and tell ATC that we are taking off. Okay, tune KTEX traffic. We're going to depart to the south.
Tango Echo X-ray traffic Cub Crafters Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra taking off runway 9er south departure.
All right, here we go. Now you got to be a little careful when you actually take this thing off, because it will try to fly as you're taxiing it. This is one of those planes that does like STOL competitions and stuff. So like it always wants to fly. Like you get it up to like, 15 miles an hour and the controls, it starts getting light. We are not going to need all of our runway to take this thing off. Not like with the Optica. This thing is going to leap. You'll see, this thing will leap from the runway. That's one of the reasons I love flying it, and I think it's so cool. Is these bush planes are like my favorite thing to fly. So I'm going to just take off or head down to our runway here, down the hill. We're going to stop just short of our runway. I didn't do this earlier, but I need to, so we're going to... Let's check both ways. Make sure nothing's landing or taking off. All right, we are good. All right, here we go. And we're just gonna coast on down to the end of the runway. We'll probably go about halfway down, and we'll have enough runway at this point to get this thing off the ground. This thing desperately loves to fly. It's kind of why it's so much fun to fly. Is yeah, it just wants to take off so badly. But let me richen my mixture up just a little bit. You have to be careful at this altitude because most of the time when you lean your mixture all the way out, you know, it'll turn the plane off. This is not like that. This is in this game, if you at this altitude, if you richen your mixture all the way, it'll flood the plane basically and shut the engine down. So you got to be a little bit careful. Go ahead and take a peek at how much runway we have left here. So one thing you'll see a lot of tail draggers do is they'll actually, they'll zigzag down runways or down taxiways so you can actually see what's in front of the plane. Okay, let's go a little bit further this way, and then we're going to flip around. I think we probably have enough. I think we probably have enough right now. So let's go ahead and flip around. Here we go. Very nice. Look at this. Boom. There we are. All right. Let's get stopped for a second. And I want to check the weather really quickly. So let's go to our ATC. Let's go to our automated weather.
Kilo Tango Echo X-ray automated weather observation 1900 Zulu. Wind, calm. Visibility, 10. Sky condition, clear. Temperature, 3 Celsius. Dew point, 10 Celsius.
3023 is what we're looking. All right, that's what we wanted. Let's get our barometer set really quickly here. So we need to figure out which one sets it. I used to know, but I don't anymore. And we just need to make sure. Zoom, select page, heading, altitude. Okay, nope, that doesn't work. Okay, actually, I think I remember this. You have to go to full. There we go. And then you can set, there we go. It was 20 or 3023, I believe, was the altitude. 3023. There we go. Yep, perfect. All right, then we'll go back to, we'll split it. There we go. All right, here we are, everybody. Time to take off. Let's do this. We'll add a little bit of flap. We don't need a lot. We can also pump the flaps if we need to. Okay, we're just going to do a nice, gentle takeoff roll. We're not doing any sort of stall competition. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on, plane. What are you doing? What are you doing? There we go. There we go. Nice and stable. Let's go ahead and take off. She's gonna take off. Give it a second. We're gonna get all the speed we can. We have plenty of runway left. We're gently gonna start come up. Come on. There we go. There we go. She's up. Nope, she's not. There she is. Now she's flying. There we go. Well, I thought I'd have an easier time with this thing. I mean, we did clear the hill. But Flying at altitude is just rough on airplanes. Okay, we'll fly down into this valley and pick up some speed, and then we'll turn around and head towards our destination. And we're already much higher than the Optica was. Now we're starting to pick up a lot of speed. Let's lean our throttle out quite a bit so we can actually produce some power. And here we go. There we are. Beautiful. All right, now we're actually flying. This plane's got a really tight little tight little turning radius because it is designed for what we're doing to it right now. I probably could have picked something with a little bit more power, but I think we'll be just fine with this thing. I think this thing is, you'll see, it's not going to have the issues with climb that the Optica did. All right, let's go ahead and settle back into our seat here, and you can see we're already really starting to climb quite a bit. So now we're going to head south to Mesa Verde and see some beautiful cliffside palaces. We have to clear this mountain range up ahead, but once again, this plane will have no problem doing such a thing. Okay, we're going to lean our mixture out just a little bit more. We want to keep an eye on our, I believe it's our engine temperature, our head temperature. If you lean out too much, you will begin to overheat. Okay, and now I'm just very carefully trimming the craft the way I want it to be trimmed up. And even as I'm trimming it down, you can see it just desperately wants to climb. This plane loves to climb. It's got a huge climb rate. It'll happily climb all day long in these environments. It just took a little bit of time to get her off the runway. I think part of that, too, is I had that little wiggle when I brought the tail wheel up. But there we go. You can still see it's desperately trying to climb, even though flaps are all the way off. And yeah, beautiful flying little airplane. I was actually on a mission at one point to try to fly around the world on this thing. So I flew through the Aleutian Islands in Alaska and down through Japan. And I'm on the south side of Japan right now in that mission. But I took a break from it because it was a lot of just like sitting on autopilot watching this plane fly. And I got a little bored of it. One of these days I might continue that flight because, I don't know, it'd be fun to stream if I have a lot of people to chat with. And there's some really cool parts of the world that I had intended to fly through. Right now, we're just going to keep pushing it.
500.
You can see our radar altimeter is not happy that we are this low. But that's okay, because we are low for a reason. We are still climbing. We're going to pass 10,000 feet here in a second. And I'm actually just going to kind of ease off the stick and let this plane climb just as hard as it possibly wants to. And we're just going to let it bring us up. We're flying up the same valley that we were in the Optica at, but you can see we are at a much higher altitude above the ground. The Optica was down in the canyon, struggling for altitude, and this thing will just keep on lifting as long as I keep it pointed that way. And we are keeping it at full throttle right now to get as much altitude as we can. When we pop over the top of these mountains over here, we'll probably dial the throttle down, and we'll also probably turn towards our course a little bit more. We're a little off course here because we are, once again, just trying to get as high as we can, as quick as we can, to clear this ridge up here, this mountain range. So, but that is okay. I think we are more than likely to clear our mountain range here. And then we're going to go see some beautiful cliff palaces. There we go, just flying along. doing a lot more of this flight manually than I normally would with a more high-power aircraft, because once again, we've got to climb through these canyons and then up over that ridge over there. I believe the ceiling for this aircraft is something like 17 or 18,000 feet. So we should be okay to get over the top of this ridge here. Probably want to avoid the mist up there, though, because that can cause icing, and there is no ice de-icing anywhere on this aircraft. Speaking of, I kind of wonder... Oh, the outside temperature right now is 2 Celsius, so it is quite chilly. There's that beautiful mountain lake that we crashed in last time. And we are just climbing slowly up here. Okay, here we go. And these hot, beautiful high mountain meadows.
500.
Now, what is our current altitude? So we're at 10,500 feet, still climbing up. And, you know, the cool thing about a bush plane is if we wanted to, we could find one of these meadows and just set right down in it. Yeah, after we see the cliff dwellings, we might go do some touch and goes and stuff. We'll find some grassy fields. And, yeah, do some touch and goes and just have a good little time with this thing. But yep, still climbing. We'll be passing 11,000 feet soon. I'm going to trim the nose down just a little bit so we can get some airspeed while we continue our climb. Because I think we're going to clear everything we need to clear, but, you know, high altitude flying can be troublesome this way because, you know, there's points where you kind of have to commit. You kind of have to say, I'm going to get the altitude that I want. And I'm gonna, you know, I've got to commit to flying up this canyon or flying into an area where I might not be able to easily turn around. So you have to be careful. Okay. All right. And we're still climbing. Very high mountain range over here that we're going to try to climb over the top of. The density altitude should actually be pretty low today, though. Like, the air should be quite dense right now.
500.
As, you know, it's very cold. I mean, as dense as air at this altitude is ever going to be. Oh, and we're getting, like, if I look out the window there, we drop to, like, 22 FPS. Alright. So we're going to fly up this river valley and continue flying. That'll bring us back close to our course. And we're going to go see these pretty cliff dwellings. Yeah, we should be able to fly up this river valley and just keep getting our altitude higher and higher. What are we at now? We are at about 10,500 feet, so I'm going to let the nose come up just a little bit, and we're going to keep climbing. Because if this plane wants to climb right now, I am not going to tell it no. But yeah, beautiful day. Very snowy and pretty outside. Just seeing what different views I have on the little quick thing on the little hat that I have my view change set to on my control or on my HOTOS here. All right. All right, there we go. So interestingly enough, I was reading about it. One of the best, like, what's it called, boosters that SpaceX had. It's like the first one that flew people on it. The one with the NASA worm logo apparently fell over while it was on the barge that brings it back to Cape Canaveral. Apparently that barge hit some like big waves or something, and that booster fell over and broke in half. So that booster has now met its end, unfortunately. They have a robot that goes out after the booster lands. They have a robot that goes out, and it's got some like dumb SpaceX name like Clampazilla or Clampotron or whatever. And it rolls out, this little robot rolls out and clamps the booster down to the barge. And apparently it looks like in some of the pictures that the straps or arms that it uses to hold the booster down may have failed. And the booster, yeah, tipped over and broke in half on the barge. But I believe that booster had something like 19 successful flights under its belt, which is pretty amazing. Like that's a lot of that's a lot for a booster. Do I want to fly up there and try to? No, we'll keep flying down this valley to get down to Mesa Verde. We are still climbing ever so well. Actually, we were descending there. Let me go ahead and tap, give us a little click or two of trim to bring us up. And I am still just keeping the throttle wide open on this thing because we are still trying to climb out here. We're going to use a pretty solid amount of fuel, I think, eventually. I should check our fuel. Now, you check the fuel very interestingly in this. So there's one fuel tank. And there's the other fuel tank. So when we start to see the fuel level drop, we'll go ahead and switch our tank from left to right, or right to left, whatever tank we need to switch over to. And you kind of have to manually keep this thing balanced while you fly it using the fuel. Because, yeah, it does not feed, both fuel tanks don't feed at the same time, and unfortunately you cannot set them to. We have tons of airspeed, so I am going to pull our throttle RPM down a little bit. I'm gonna use that constant speed prop there to take a bigger bite of the air. And our fuel consumption is still very high. I have a fuel consumption meter on here somewhere. I just don't know where it is. Because I've gotten this on... Oh, yeah, gallons per hour. We're getting 7. I have got this thing down to like 5 gallons an hour before, which gives it hilariously enough fuel consumption comparable to some cars, which is pretty crazy. Okay, let's go ahead and bring our throttle or our prop RPM up a little bit, and I'm going to try to bring our nose up just a little bit and keep climbing, because it looks like we've lost a little bit of altitude. We indeed have. Because this river turns towards Mesa Verde, so we can probably just fly down this gorge and get there. And see some pretty cliff dwellings. Okay. Alright. We are climbing ever so gently. Alright. Yeah, the compass is kind of hard to see, but if you look up, the compass is actually on the roof of this plane above your head. It sticks out on like a little bar that holds it out there. I mean, these planes, these modern bush planes, everything in them is just absolutely as light as humanly possible. They are just designed to be featherweight planes so that they can do all of the short takeoff, landing stuff. Yeah, that takeoff roll was a bit longer than I would have preferred. When we come in and land, I'll try to land in the shortest possible area, and maybe if we see a nice field on our flight today, we can do some landings, some short takeoff and landing stuff. But right now we're just puttering along through the beautiful southwest Colorado. You can see just how green and pretty it is. And what's crazy is this area is usually pretty arid, but we've had so much rain this year that parts of this area are actually verde. They are actually green. Okay, here we go. Just flying through this nice little gorge here. You can see, there's not much to see other than gorgeous mountains right now. This airplane is a little bit just basic in its performance and technology, though you can see I do have the one of the Garmin super awesome avionics packages. You can order these planes with basically any level of avionics you want. So if you wanted a fully manual plane like this, you could get it. The X-Cub from Cub Crafters, the reason it was built is it is a touring bush plane. It has, I think they say, almost 1,000 pounds of payload capacity, so you can load this up. If you're running it as light as possible, it has something like a 600 nautical mile range. Like, it'll just go forever. And they say that it can do like it can cruise at like 120 something knots. That has, never really been my experience, at least in Flight Simulator with this thing. It likes to cruise at maybe 100 knots, kind of when you're really pushing it. Usually when I fly this thing, I cruise at like 85 knots, and just let it do its thing there. We're going to bring our nose up just a little bit here, and we're going to actually just add some altitude. We have tons of speed, so I'm going to trade some speed for altitude and see if we can get over the top of this mesa here and actually head down south in the direction we really need to go. So, if we need to, we can kind of abort this climb into this river gorge to our left. Just gonna gently, slowly but surely and gently keep climbing here. Okay, here we go. Yes, we are gonna not necessarily fully abort this climb, but we're gonna turn into this river gorge here, and we'll eventually pop up high enough to get over this ridge on our nose right now. We are losing altitude right now, which is very concerning. Come on, plane. You need to climb. I need all that you have to climb right now. Yep, not good. Come on. Here we go, little plane. Come on, climb for me. I know, computer. I am very, very close to the ground. And we're flying into a gorge where there's not really a whole lot of potentials for, what's it called, bailing out, aborting this climb, so we're going to actually have to do this.
500.
Now, this plane has a very low stall speed, so we're actually just going to start nosing up as much as we can. And we're just going to hop over the top here. You can hear that that selector for trim. I am just trimming this thing as far back as I can. And we're just going to try to climb as high as we can now. Because there's a mountain in front of us that I would prefer not to hit. So, flying along at 70 knots here, a little bit slow. But we really need to get over the top now. We need altitude. So we're just going to climb. I'm going to zoom into my gauges here just a little bit so I can keep an eye on my altitude and my airspeed. Because airspeed right now is low. We are kind of right. We're not anywhere near close to stalling. These things have really, really solid stall performance. But we're we're a little bit close to hitting a mountain. Bring the nose up a bit higher here and see if we can just pop. We just want to pop over the top. We're a little off course because we can't get over this ridge to our right. Come on. Come on, plane. We can do this. We're doing this for the viewers. For the singles of viewers that care. Come on. Okay, there should be an ability to turn south up here. When we turn south, we should be okay. One of the old challenges I really used to like to do in this game with small planes like this is, I talked about this the other day when I was flying down to Denver from, I think it was, not Breckenridge. Where did I fly from? I forgot where I flew from, but it doesn't really matter. One of the things that I used to like to do a lot is fly up the I-70 corridor in small planes like this, because you have to just be maxed out on your climb the entire time, or you will hit a mountain. Like, it's crazy hard to do. Okay, come on, little plane. Come on, little plane. I believe in you. Alright, I think I see this spot where I can pop over the top if we can get the altitude. So I'm actually going to turn ever so slightly to the left here to give us as much room as we can, because when we turn right up here, folks, we are going to be committed. Okay, here we go. Maximum effort and commitment, everybody. This is the moment. All right, here we go. Oh my God. Also, YouTube. Why do you keep turning my music off? So that why can't we listen to happy music? All right, here we go. That spot, that little low spot just to the left, or just off the nose right there, is where we're going to try to pop over this range. Ooh. Okay, that's 11,500 feet dispatched. See, we could have gone over there and popped through that, but we're being brave here. We're just going to keep climbing. Approaching 12,000. In fact, do I want to bail and try to just pop over there? Let's do that. Let's see if I can... Actually, I might be able to do that. Let's slowly turn. Let's bring this sucker over. Come on, you got it. We want to be kind of gently because we're at pretty low airspeed right now, and I don't want to stall. If you notice earlier when I stalled the Optica, it rolled over. And that was because the stall started on one wing and propagated over that wing. So I stalled a one wing first. And so we want to keep our turns very gentle here because we don't want to stall one of our wings. We're only going about 60 knots right now. Probably, you know, like, yeah, probably a bit slower, actually. Here we go. There we go. Here we go. And 12,000 feet. Flying through this. We're going to hear the 500 warning soon. Maybe?
500.
There it is. Woo! There we go, everybody. We made it. All right. Let's get that nose down a little bit. And let's get back on... Let's get back on our prescribed flight plan. That was quite the adventure there. We had to fly pretty far off course there. That's okay. We'll get back on course here in a second, and we'll go see some beautiful cliff palaces. That was exciting. That was close. You know, this is a bush plane. It's made to go low and slow, not high and extremely slow. So we're going to get her trimmed down now because she's still in that climb trim that I had her set in. We'll go ahead and bring our RPM way down with our prop. And now we're going to just start gently bringing her down to a more reasonable altitude where this engine can breathe a bit easier. Alright. Yeah, nothing that we're going to see down there is probably going to be nearly at this altitude, so we're good to fly now. Whew! I would try a landing in any of these little grassy spots, but I think if we land down there, we are not taking back off. Like, I think if we land at this point, the plane lives wherever we landed at this altitude. One of these days, when I do some flying in the Himalayas, you'll get to see part of that. Himalayan flying is very difficult because you have these grass runways, but they're pretty long. Like, they have to be long because either that or the plane has to have just nothing in it because you can't get into the air, you know? The air is so thin. All right, there we go. Beautiful. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look. Actually, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go ahead and take our... Let's go ahead and play with our gadget here for a second. Let's set our heading. Okay. And then let's go ahead and set our altitude. Actually, you know what we need to do? We're just going to hit level and autopilot on, and it's just going to hold us straight and level. Let's go ahead and set our altitude select to whatever we are now. And go to altitude hold mode on. I hope it'll hold us at the correct altitude here, but I've had issues with altitude hold mode before. Okay, that's on. Heading is on. There we go. There we go. Sweet. All right, our autopilot is working. I've fought with this plane's autopilot a little bit before, but not nearly as much as I fought with the TBMs. All right, now we're going to just add a little bit of throttle, stay at about 2/3 throttle, and we're burning 5 gallons per hour. Once again, this thing is comparable to a car in its fuel burn. You can see how kind of spindly it's built. So that's our left tank. Let's go ahead and flip our fuel selector to our right tank. There we go, and we'll drain that right tank for a little bit because I can start to see the top of our fuel there. And yeah, we're just going to putter along here down to Mesa Verde, which is, how far away is this? Our GPS speed is 95 knots. We actually probably have a, I would really like to be able to set up, display, master photos, no, menu, come on. Back. There we go. I was actually going to see if we could show some wind. Let's turn our let's turn this off and let's click here. Bearing, GC, more options, wind vector on. Speed direction. There we go. Back. Okay, then we're going to go back. We're going to click our split back on. There we go. Nice. Now we have our wind direction. And we're flying along on the autopilot. We should be. Well, at least I hope our autopilot is flying us along right now. Otherwise, this plane is remarkably well trimmed. What else is there that's cool about this airplane that I can... See, this is my mouse is really acting up today. I think I need to get a new mouse, which is unfortunate because money is tight right now for such things. But yeah, you can see it when I go to click something. Unless I like long click it, it like pulses the mouse really quickly on and off. If I just click that, now it's not going to do it because I'm trying to show you guys that it's doing it. But whatever. Anywho, we are flying down to Mesa Verde. We are very quickly, you can see, getting closer and closer. We're only about 16 nautical miles away. So here in a second, we're actually going to have to start looking out the window, you know, to try to find these pretty cliff dwellings. And maybe we'll make a couple of passes to see if we can find them, but we are coming up to where they are. Once again, Southwest Colorado is just a special kind of beautiful. Like, you can just look out the windows and just see how pretty the desert is around here. You know, pretty nice to be here hanging with everybody after we almost crashed into the mountains again. I promise everybody, I'm normally a better pilot than this. At least I think so. Alright, we're 14 nautical miles out. We should really start looking down. Now, Mesa Verde, I think it's a national park too, has pretty clear roads that go in between everything. So we should be able to look down, and once we're close, follow the roads into where we want to be. Of course, we don't actually see this inflection point on our map yet. Let's zoom out. So there we go. Zoom in a little bit. There we go, and we'll adjust our map like that. You can see the DLSS really messes with our gauges sometimes because it's, you know, doing everything in its power to try and, what's it called? It's doing everything in its power to try and lower, you know, the insane burden on our GPU that this game puts on it. I mean, this game is so rough on GPUs. I'm gonna add a little bit of throttle here. Bring our speed up just a little bit. It's actually amazing to me how, like, insane this game is on your GPU. Like, I have a pretty nice GPU, and we're getting 31 frames a second right now. Like, really quickly, while we're flying, I'm going to Alt-Tab over to my GPU management software and just check. Yeah, my GPU is, like, maxed out. It does actually show that we're not using our maximum GPU amount right now. I wonder why. I wonder what's causing these low frame rates. I'll have to investigate that when we're not on stream. But yeah, we could use a lot more of our GPU if we wanted to. We're almost there. Once we're back on our course, I'll switch our nav mode over to, or I'll switch our mode over to nav rather than, what is it called? Ugh, can't make words today. Rather than heading select, which is what we're on now. So we're almost back. Yeah, we'll be back on course very soon, actually. I'm pretty cool, actually. Because we actually got back on course after nearly dying in the mountains. Also, for your $400,000 purchase, which is what I think this plane costs, they even give you a cup holder. Look at that cup holder right there. Nice. And some nice netting to put your things. I think that's a light back there. This is your ELT, emergency location transmitter, something like that. So you can press that if you have an emergency. Your flaps right there. A lot of bush planes that have manual flaps do this. They have you pull the trigger here and you can pull the flaps down manually. You'll see guys who, they call it, you know, like pumping the flaps. They'll actually switch to nav. There we go. Let the plane turn to course. So you'll see the plane when they take off, they'll pump the flaps down just to get a little bit of lift really quickly to lift them off the ground, and then they'll immediately put them back. Oh, hey Spud. Sorry, I didn't see you that you messaged me. What's going on? We are flying down to Cliff Palaces at Mesa Verde, which is one of the prettiest areas in the state of Colorado and a beautiful Native American landmark. Oh, heck yeah! When can we expect to hear the news of happy shrimp and plants? Well, no, you told me that you put the plants in first, and then you have to wait like a couple weeks for the aquarium, like the water chemistry to stabilize, I think, right? And then the shrimp can live in the aquarium and be happy. Then there can be happy shrimp times. All right, now we're just gonna enjoy the flight here because our autopilot is gonna do most of the work till we get down to Mesa Verde here. You can just see, yeah, beautiful desert terrain out here, gorgeous stuff. Then we're gonna turn south. I actually have 2 points of interest here, but I don't remember what they're called. We're gonna go to Mesa Verde, fly south. Then we're gonna head down to a Native American Cultural Heritage National Park area here. Still waiting for a couple things to come in the mail, namely the filter head and the test kits. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna do, this is kind of an interesting Native American tour, history tour through the southwest part of Colorado and the northwest part of New Mexico. That's what we're doing today. Yeah. So we're just puttering along now. Sorry my gauges are so dark. I guess it's just because the sun's like right there. So it's doing that, it's giving me that high dynamic range coolness, even though I don't think I have HDR turned on. I wish you could open the window or the door on this thing. Some people actually fly with the window open and clipped up in place there. You can open the window on this side as well and clip it up in place, and some people fly like that. It'd be cool. I bet it'd be loud, I guess. But, you know, it'd still be neat. All right, we're getting close to where we want to be, so we're going to turn vertical mode on. Actually, no, let's go back to altitude hold. And I'm going to turn the altitude down, start turning our altitude down to like 9,000. And then we're going to go vertical hold mode, and we're going to go down. Okay, I don't know why it's not showing that we're adjusting it, but that's okay. We'll just adjust it this way. All right, there we go. So now we're going to start descending towards Mesa Verde. And at this point, we need to be just looking out the window to see if we can actually find these cliff palaces. They're supposed to be really pretty. Well, I know they're really pretty because I've stood next to them. But, you know, from the sky, they're supposed to be neat looking. I hope we can find them. And then we're going to go see Ship Rock. Ship Rock is a pretty cool spot. It's a rock that looks like a ship. That's right, everybody. Only the best for you guys. See, I'm learning this the easy way. Because you're telling me. All right. You can see beautiful mesas and just gorgeous areas broken up by these awesome little canyons. All right, let's go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and take manual control here. So let's pop the autopilot off. And I'm going to bring our throttle way down, and we're going to get nice, low, and slow. I'm sure over a national park what I'm actually doing here is all kinds of illegal. But, you know. All right. Okay. Where are they? Is it down in that canyon? There's definitely a road there. There they are. You can see them right there. All right, we're going to come around through the canyon, and I'll show them to everybody. We found them. I'm very excited. Okay, what fish are you going to get? A pygmy Coridius. Well, when I'm back on, what is it called? Autopilot here, after I show everybody these beautiful cliff dwellings, I'll have to look one of those up on my phone. Alright. So we're going to come around here nice, low, and slow, everybody. Here we go. Alright, here we go. I can see them out there, I think. Okay. We're going to level out here, and we're going to go see if we can get really close to them and look at them. Because I think they're right there, everybody. I think I'm going the right way. Okay. And there they are, everybody. Cliff dwellings. Look at that. Isn't that cool? There they are.
500.
That's so cool. Yep, I've stood there and seen those. They are very neat in person. So there's our cliff dwellings. All right, now we're going to come around and get back on course and head to Ship Rock. Epic sauce. I like that. All right, now we're going to throttle up, back up a little bit. Because low and slow is what these things are about, but we are very low and very slow. Oh yeah, we're flying over Mesa Verde currently. Yes. On my... Because all of my streams, apparently, where I fly, are me talking about how much I love my home state. So yes, this is Mesa Verde National Park. And now we're gonna get some altitude and fly back out to Ship Rock. So, we're gonna set our... We're really nicely trimmed right now, so I can actually... Okay. Okay, it's going to try to descend. There we go. I want to go up about 500... Let's go 300 feet a minute. It's probably good. There we go. So we got... And we'll give her a little bit of throttle, and we're going to start climbing back up to altitude here. We're going to climb back up to 9,000 feet, everybody, and we're going to head down to Ship Rock. All right, here we go. Climbing back up. Okay, Pygmy Corydoras. Okay. Boop. Pygmy Corydoras. It's like the first thing. Oh, that's adorable. That's very cute. Can you have multiple ones, or are you just going to get one? Like, are you going to have, like, two fish so that your fish can have a buddy? Or is he just going to be friends with the shrimp? They have to live in large groups. So how many do you think you're going to get? Select that on my GPS and lock that in. All right, and now we're climbing back up to altitude, and we're going to start down to Ship Rock. Now, how far away is Ship Rock? We're about 20 minutes out. We'll give ourselves a little bit of throttle here so we can get there a little bit quicker. There we go. Okay, 6 and 10. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be morbid, but you always want to have when it comes to fish, I feel like you always want to have one or two extra just in case, you know? All right. Now we're going to climb up. And we're going to go see beautiful Ship Rock, and then we're going to cut to the southeast, check out the check out the, like, I think it was Chaco Canyon something or other National Heritage Park or something. It's a national park and it's a Native American landmark, so we're gonna go see it because that's kind of what the theme is for this flight. So, also Shiprock is supposed to be pretty majestic looking. I'm glad we got to see the cliff dwellings, though. I'm surprised we were able to actually find them from the air. Do you have like a, is there like a symbiosis maybe between the fish and the shrimp? Like, do the shrimp, I know the shrimp basically keep the tank really clean, but do the fish do anything for the shrimp? They vibe with each other, with TBH, but not really. See, that was one thing I was thinking, like, if you put only one fish in there, like, all the other shrimp, I wonder if they'd adopt it and just be like, yeah, that's a really ugly shrimp, but he's our friend. Sorry, I'm, like, vibing with this song right now. Okay, we're about 18 minutes out from our next beautiful location. Okay, interesting. Little gross for the shrimp, but interesting. Now, if we find a nice field somewhere, I may attempt to do some bush flying, actual bush flying, and land. Maybe at the top of one of these cool mesas that we're flying over. So I'm currently looking for a nice, kind of cool... I mean, you know, in the case of, like, engine failure or something, one of these planes could basically land wherever it wants. Especially if, in, like, in the case of an engine failure or a problem, you were not going to take off, and you are just landing to survive. Bush planes like this basically land wherever they want. Okay, let's check our fuel. We are still even. I think we're pulling from our right tank right now. We are pulling from our right tank. Excellent. Cool. All right. The thing is, there's a lot of brush down there. Let's go ahead and just say we're happy at the altitude we're at. There we go. Let's level out. And let's... Ooh, I think there's a nice spot over there. Let's see. That's pretty interesting. So is there a lot of chance, like you said that the shrimp will breed, is there a lot of chance of the fish breeding? You know, if they're happy, will they just start making more fish? I mean, do you have to play romantic music for them, or like how does that work? How do they just decide one day, you know what, let's make some fish babies? All right, I see a nice field over here, and I'm hoping that it's not that we haven't popped in a bunch of trees or anything yet. I think I see a nice spot that we can attempt a nice little bush landing here over on this mesa. So we're going to lower our speed quite a bit. In fact, I'm just going to let the engine completely...
500.
We're just ditching all of our speed here. Because there's a nice field
500.
right to our left there that I'm going to see if we can set down at. I think I even see a dirt road down there that we might be able to put the plane down on, but I think a field is probably a bit safer. So let's see, we're going to add a little bit of throttle in, but I still want to keep my nose up here because I want to get down to where I can start deploying flaps. Supposedly harder to breed than other quarries, still fairly easy. They just need to be comfortable. You need to provide them with protein-rich food Although slight temperature decrease to simulate a good rain has supposedly helped. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna come back around here. Flaps down. Looks like we're going to be actually perfectly lined up into the wind here, which is what you want. Pop the flaps down even more. All right, let's see if I can do this. And we're just going to ride the horn in. We get past these little, like, brush things here. And then as soon as we're past those, we're going to touch down. There we are. There we go. Come on. Come on. Stop, girl. Stop. There we go. And there we go, everybody. Nice little bush landing. You know? Enjoying the beauty of flying bush planes here. All right, let's go ahead and richen our mixture up a little bit. Let's get our throttle set to high RPM and let's take back off. Okay, full throttle. Now we're going to start rolling. Get another notch of flaps down here. Whoa. Come on, girl. Come on. Final pump of flaps. And we're up. There we go. Push flying. See, I can do it, everybody. All right, let's turn back towards our goal of Ship Rock. Let's head on down. Just a nice long day of streaming some pretty flying down in Mesa Verde, near Mesa Verde. All right, so back to our journey to Ship Rock. Anywho, okay, I don't really plan on actively pursuing it, but if they do happen to breed, that would be cool. Lots of people put the eggs in a little separate box on the side of the tank to prevent the adults from eating it. That's a little dark. They're not very smart. I mean, yeah, they're fish. But it can be hard to keep the parameters stable in a box like that, so I'll probably just leave the eggs where they are and see what happens. I feel like I want to believe that if the fish are full, they're probably not going to eat the eggs. But, you know, it's also a brain. Like, it's an animal with a brain that is, like, tiny. You know? Tiny. Okay. We're just going to climb up to about, let's say 7,000 is a good altitude for us. That'll keep us nice, low, and slow, which is what we want. There we go. That's true. But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like, you know...
500.
Oh, I forgot. There was this thing online that I saw one time, and basically it is, there is a snail somewhere in the world. You get like $50 million, but there is a snail somewhere in the world, and for the rest of your life, that snail is going to head towards
500.
you. If the snail ever touches you, you die. And that's the whole premise of the thing. And I was like, of course I'd take the money. I feel like that much money would keep me away from a snail. The immortal snail thing. All right, here we go. And we are... Let's go ahead and get our heading set to wherever we're heading. There we go. Let's go ahead and Click our autopilot on. Nope, nope, nope. We're gonna go to heading. Heading, please. Yep, turn me back towards my heading. Also, don't crash the aircraft autopilot. Like, I feel like the autopilot in this game is a little bit suicidal. Because it just brought us down to, like, near stall speed. Trying to make that turn. Okay. Alright, there we go. We're just gonna let it... I think it's also really wanting to climb right now, so let's bring our nose down a little bit. There we go. All right. Now we're in more reason. Now we're a little more reasonable. Pygmy cories, unlike some other, lay their eggs individually around the tank instead of in bunches. So even if a lot of them get nommed, it's plausible some of the babies can survive. And once they hatch, are they basically safe? Or will the cories actually eat the living babies? There we go. Come on, give me a little more. All right, we should be climbing. What did I set us at 7,000. Why are we climbing through? Why are we climbing through? I mean, yeah, I would like to go to our altitude, please. Okay, let's descend back down to 7,000. Please. Okay, you should switch to altitude hold mode automatically once you get to our desired altitude. Alright, cories are less prone to eating them. The fry... Than fry. Than a lot of other fish from what I've heard. They don't actively pursue it, but if one is really hungry and the fry is really stupid, then it can happen. Interesting. Oh, and there's Ship Rock, everybody. We can see it just off the nose. We're almost there. It's going to be neat. So yeah, we're gonna go fly around Ship Rock, and then we're gonna turn east and head out towards the it's like Chaco Canyon National Heritage Monument or something like that. It's a very interesting place. I've never been there though, but I want to go. I've also never been to Ship Rock. I think someday I'd like to go to Ship Rock. I think it'd be cool. Let me switch over to navigation now. Nav on. And we're going to turn towards Ship Rock here. There we go. And where is my poncho? I don't know where I put my poncho. I'm kind of cold. Whatever. I will suffer for the joy of the stream. But yeah, there's Ship Rock just off of our nose, so we're going to get over to it really quickly. And I think we'll fly around it once, and then we'll head towards the east, towards our next locale. Yeah, you can see it right there. Beautiful terrain out here. Let's go ahead and dial our... let's see if we can lean out our throttle here and get some good mileage. Probably also don't need to be flying at max throttle all the time, so let me bring the throttle down to about 2/3, and we'll putter along. Now, the thing about bush planes is, yeah, they are craft that fly low and slow. They don't really go anywhere quickly. You know, that's what you saw earlier, landing basically at a field wherever you want. That's kind of the point of these little things. Getting where the journey is more important than the destination, you know? But yeah, this plane was built by Cub crafters to kind of be their touring model. So if you do want to travel by bush plane, you can. And like I said, they do say that this thing will go it'll cruise at 120 kilometers. But I mean, what is our true airspeed right now? Is 103 knots. So we're kicking along pretty quickly, even into a mild headwind, which you can see from this gauge right here. Tells you our head or our wind. So we're at 5 knots. Yep, and there's our waypoint, Shiprock, bearing, distance. This is our ETE, estimated time of, I think it's not an ETA, it's something, but it's your ETA. This is your ground speed via GPS. So you can see we're puttering along at a pretty good speed here as we head up towards Shiprock. And yeah, we're just puttering along. Basically, any fish will be prone to eating baby shrimp occasionally as well, which is part of the reason I want to get my shrimp population established first. Smart. But pygmy cories, once again, don't usually actively pursue it from what I'm told, so much as they occasionally run into one by chance. So basically, it's like a toss-up if you're a baby shrimp in a tank with one of these things. They're just going to swim around randomly and eat what they run into. That's hilarious. I love that the theme of the theme of our conversation on these fish is just how dumb they are. Like that's hilarious. All right, and yeah, we can see beautiful Shiprock out here. Look at that. That is gorgeous. This is going to be cool to fly around. We might also, you know, on the way out to the next waypoint, we may actually find ourselves another nice spot to land. Now, funnily enough, if you follow the YouTuber Trent Palmer, he has a Kit Fox, which is a much less expensive alternative to a plane like this, and he has actually landed near small towns and pushed his plane into like a public gas station, fueled his plane, and then taken back off in a field nearby. It's a pretty, you know, planes like this are pretty cool because they basically don't need to run off aviation gas. They can run off regular pump gas. Oh, no. Trent Palmer has flown into a field next to a real gas station, IRL, pushed his plane over to the gas station, fueled it, pushed it back to the field, and took back off. Like, one thing you see he does in his channel a lot now is he takes fuel bladders, like little like bladders that you can roll up and just throw in the back of the plane when you're not using them, and he'll like land in a field and walk over to the gas station now and fill the bladders up and then go fill the plane up with the bladders. Yeah, if you want to watch, it's a really good channel. His channel's really cool because it's him and a lot of his friends who fly bush planes going on like neat trips and you know, flying, you know, through beautiful parts of the United States. They do a lot of flying in Utah and Idaho. And just really, really cool, like, flying adventures and stuff. There's also... Oh, I don't remember his name, but I think he's going to prison for that. I know that Trent Palmer did a video where he talked about that guy who jumped out of that plane because he was like, "Oh, my engine died. I need to jump out of the airplane, you know, blah blah blah." Which is like, right now, if the engine in this plane died, I mean, there's part of the thing that they teach you when you fly is you should always be looking for places to land if you have an engine out and can't get the engine restarted. In gliding, you learn that a lot too. If you can't find lift, you need to always be cognizant. Sorry, big yawn. You need to always be cognizant of a good place to land. All right, here's beautiful Shiprock, which I hope we turn before we hit it. Because it's going to take us to this waypoint before it selects our next waypoint. So we're going to fly probably very close to it. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to heading here, and then we're going to adjust our heading just a little bit over. We're going to come down here, and we're going to click heading. And let the plane just gently bring us over a couple of degrees. There we go. And then we'll be able to look out the window and see beautiful Shiprock. But yeah, I don't remember the guy's name who crashed the the plane for YouTube views, but I do know, like, I did, you know, I do know that he is being punished for that, because that was super dangerous. Because, like, if I turn the autopilot off, if this plane is well trimmed, this plane will just fly for a long time. Even if with the engine out, you know, these planes, they don't want to crash. They don't want to stall. My flight earlier on the Optica being, you know, notwithstanding, they want to stay in the air, you know, so they'll fly a long time by themselves. But there is Ship Rock. You can see kind of it has the same, what's it called, profile as a ship, hence its name, and it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, look at that, beautiful. Corey's. Fucking with my grammar reflexes. You know, that's one of those things, like, yeah, when you get into, like, plurals for certain... See, look at that. Gorgeous. Very pretty. Alright, now we're going to switch back to nav mode. And we're going to turn towards our next waypoint, which, let's double check our map here and make sure, yep, it's tracking the correct waypoint. And this one's a bit far away. This is 56 nautical miles, so it's going to take us about a half hour to get there. But, you know, I'm kind of committed to this flight now. I didn't think it would, I kind of didn't realize it was going to be this long, but we're committed. We're going to fly to, you know, see all this beautiful stuff. And you can see the terrain is completely different from what we took off in the mountains now. We are in this beautiful desert. The mountains we took off in are actually right back over there. So just really pretty stuff. And, you know, the nice thing about this plane is it does also I watched, and their filters, aren't they really cool? And they're so relaxing. It's so relaxing. It's like the most relaxing thing. All right, while we're flying here, I'm going to hope the plane doesn't crash. I'm going to leave us on autopilot. Give me 2 minutes, everybody. I'm going to go find my... Actually, it's going to take me like a minute. I got to go find my poncho. I'm getting really cold. I'll be right back. And we're back. There we go. Oh, there's my tracking. Woo! Sorry, it took a second for my tracking to catch me again. That looked terrifying. All right, let's set this up here. There we go. We are back and flying. I just left the plane flying because it is on its autopilot right now, puttering along. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've always been really interested in, like, his filterless tanks, and he doesn't have pumps or anything to oxygenate anything. He just makes these really cool little ecosystems. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Also, the videos with the music are so relaxing, you know? Like, it's such relaxing content. All right, we're a little high up right now, and this is a bush plane. We need to be low and slow. So let's bring our altitude down to 7,000. Let's do 6,900. All right, yeah, let's bring ourselves down a little bit here. We can get a little closer to the ground and look out the window at beautiful stuff. So this is one of the reasons a big touring plane like this, a bush plane that tours, does have an autopilot, is it's really nice to be able to, and Trip Palmer talks about this on his channel, it's nice to be able to just take a break, turn the autopilot on, chill out, and look out the window. You know, because flying in a plane like this, traveling like this, it's all about... Oh, you can see artifacts from the DLSS right there. That's pretty cool. Flying in a plane like this is kind of all about, you know, the journey and looking out the window and seeing how pretty everything is. And this is a beautiful part of the world. It's very flat, but you can see these beautiful mesas and small mountains. Let's go ahead and drag down here. Let's see how close we are. Let's actually just take a look at this entire leg of our journey to see how close we are. About 26 minutes out from our next location. I don't really know how it works exactly, but I know it involves like burying a portion potting soil under your substrate to establish bacteria there instead of in a filter. But that's really delicate since potting soil has a fuck ton of nitrogen compounds in it for plants to feed on, which can mess up your nitrogen cycle real quick. Interesting. So it's all about just the maintenance of that very precise chemistry, it seems like. Okay, let's go down to 6,500. We're going to keep descending. That's fascinating. Because, yeah, it's like, it seems like it'd be so cool once you get it kind of self-sustaining to just watch it play out. You know, watch the little dance of nature play out with the little fish and shrimp and stuff. And that's kind of what I like about Flew the Flowerhorn's channel so much, is that there's just this, you know, once he gets everything nicely set up, there's just this cool, like, dance that happens. And you can watch the happy little fish just live their little lives in their, you know, in that ecosystem that you've, in a world you've basically created for them. Okay, oil temp, oil PSI, fuel PSI, everything looks good. What is my EGT? My EGT is really high. My cylinder head temperature is pretty high. I think what it is I'm a little too lean. Let's see if we can do what's called lean of peak here. And drop our cylinder temps. Let's see if we can get these cylinder trims to drop. We're really lean right now. I'm at 4 gallons per hour on the fuel. I would assume, I mean, because I'm sure the water gets a little grody after a while. Okay, let's go ahead and switch back to our left tank. There we go. Nearly turned the engine off for a second by accident there, but we're back. We're back. All right, there we go. We're going to go on to our left fuel tank now, and yeah, our cylinder head temps are falling just a little bit. So there's this thing called lean of peak, where you have like the peak temperature of your engine, and if you're running too lean, you can overheat your cylinder heads. But if you could lean out past that, the temperatures will begin to drop. Ooh, there's some air traffic up there. You can see another airplane. There's another airplane right there. Sky is filled with them. I guess I got my connection to the server back, so I can actually have some air traffic around me. Very cool. And once again, you can see just a gorgeous day in the southwest to fly. What is that down there? Oh, it's a little pond. That's pretty cool. You can see some trees over there. When you start looking out the window, it does bog my system down a little bit. This is pretty rough on the old GPU power lines going across there. It is really amazing that their Azure AI did. You know, people made a lot of jokes about, and you can see some stuff like that there. People make a lot of jokes about like how dumb some stuff in Flight Sim looks. But the fact that Microsoft did this and tried this is pretty impressive. Like the creation of this level of detail, even though you can see like it's loading terrain detail underneath me, it's trying to keep up. It's not doing a great job, but yeah, puttering over these power lines now. Beautiful out here. See the power lines there, that horrible terrain clip in there. Or pop in. It's a nice dirt road. It is amazing. Once, you know, flying around Colorado in the parts I live in, it is very easy to navigate in this game simply by looking out the window, which is pretty cool. Just flying along here, waiting to get to our next location. It's taking a bit of time, but we're getting there pretty quickly. We're doing 90 knots over the ground. We do have a headwind right now, which actually means if we have a headwind, we should do some bush flying. So I'm going to bring us down pretty low here. My autopilot's going to get angry at me because I'm not doing what my flight director tells me to, but that's okay. We should be flying very low and very slow because we're in a bush plane. So let's... Actually, I think I see a spot right there. Okay, we're going to turn our fuel mixture back to rich. We're going to bring our throttle up here, and let's see if we can do this. I think you all see what I'm meaning to do here. So we're just going to bring our nose up ever so slightly. And I will read that in just a second, Spud. Give me 1 second here to... Okay, there's that hill up there, so we're going to actually fly over the top of that hill, because otherwise we're going to die. Whoops. There's a touchdown. Bouncy, bouncy. Letting that stall horn tell us when we have no more lift and I can get on the brakes. Whoa. Well, that's exciting. There we go. Another happy landing. All right, we're going to turn this way. I'm wondering if we can take off on the top of this hill, this ridge here. So let's align that way. Let's check our wind, because what's our wind look like? Our wind's coming across us, which is not good, but I also don't think that we can take off going downhill. Let's take a look here real quick, everybody. I think we could probably take off there. All right, let's stop. Let's get our flaps all the way down. I want maximum flap here. All right, here we go, everybody. Most Cories swim around on the bottom at all times, but pygmy Cories will spend a good portion of their time sort of hovering mid-water like hummingbirds, which is nice in a tank where the shrimp are already filling out the bottom region. Visually, this sounds like it's going to be really pretty. Like... This sounds like it's going to be a really pretty little aquarium. Okay, we're going to throttle up. Okay. Brake off. She wants to fly. Come on. Fly for me. There we go, and we're up. Whew! Always a little frightening when you don't think it through like I did there. Alright, let's turn back towards our waypoint here. Keep navigating our way down to this beautiful national park that we're going to go see. Jurassic Park 3 good ending version. Man, I have not... Do they escape the island on a small plane? I have not seen Jurassic Park 3 in the longest time. Like, I have not seen that in, like, the longest time. I don't really understand also all the hate that Jurassic Park 2, like the Lost World gets. I really enjoyed Lost World. Like, I feel like Lost World's I mean, there's the part at the end where the girl kicks the raptor or whatever. I don't care. It's still fun. You know? It's Jurassic Park. They're monster movies, you know? Oh, okay, interesting. Have you seen, like, small airplanes, short runway stuff? There's a movie that Tom Cruise was in about a guy who runs drugs for the CIA in small airplanes, and there's some really good scenes where he's, like, his plane's overloaded, he's on small runways, like, it's, yeah, I love Jurassic Park 2. Is it the best movie ever? No, but I mean it's fun, you know? It's good, dumb fun. That's all it's meant to be. Lost World is nice. Jurassic... See, that's the thing. Jurassic World, I cannot get into because it's basically the first Jurassic Park, but what if the park was open? That's it. And I went to see, what is it, Jurassic World Dominion, the last one they made, and oh my god, was that movie bad. Like, I'm not the type of person who normally, like, gets up and walks out of movies, but I nearly walked out of that movie. Like, I was not into it. I was not about it. Like, oh my lord, was that a bad film. Yeah, that's what it was. Fallen Kingdom. Oh my god. The only cool part of that movie, and I mean truly the only cool part of that movie, was the fight scene on the frozen lake, where the dinosaurs, like, going in and out of the water. That was neat. That was cool. But, like, there's the scene where they're in the airplane, and it's like somehow the pterosaur is flying, like, as fast as an airplane at cruise. And then she's like, oh, I only have one ejection seat, but it's in the back. And I'm like, why does this plane have an ejection seat at all? Like, I don't... It's so bad. Like, there are scenes in the film and they just don't make sense. Oh, I remember that one. That one was also terrible, where they can, like, point a laser pointer, and that one dinosaur will kill whatever the laser pointer's pointing at. Oh my god. The Jurassic World movies are so bad. And then there's in the first Jurassic World, you see that lady die, and it's like, her death is so violent and brutal. And it's like, it just, like, the tone of the movie changes during that scene where she dies. And right before that, you see the guy trying to save the margaritas at the Margaritaville. And it's like, oh my god. Oh, sorry, everybody. I'm just like... Now I'm just going off on how bad Jurassic World was. Good lord, those movies are bad. Alright, that is a nice road down there. We can see a highway that we're crossing. Little cars driving on it. Yeah, you can see this pop it. What it's doing is it's popping in much higher resolution imagery as we're flying over, which is a little distracting, but whatever. Alright, let's go ahead and check our fuel tanks while we're just puttering along on autopilot. Yeah, we're looking good there. That fuel tank, they're pretty even. We're looking good. I know we're not burning a ton of fuel right now. I think I've got our fuel burn set to... Yeah, we're 7 gallons an hour. I think I can actually lean it out just a little bit more. Just got to keep a close eye on the EGT. All right, there we go. The EGT is falling. And we're maintaining our RPM and speed. So there we go. We're lean of peak right there. All right, so... And that brings us down to, yeah, 5 gallons an hour, which is just awesome for a plane like this. Yeah, oh my god, Jurassic World was terrible, terrible franchise. You know, my thing is, like, these days with movies, it really does seem like they have, like, Hollywood is just out of ideas. It's like, some of the stuff they come up with is just, like, shockingly bad, you know? Like, shockingly bad. And it's like, ugh, Jeebus. Like, I don't think right now there is a movie this year I want to see. You know? The last movie I think I saw in theaters was Top Gun Maverick. I actually want to go see Godzilla Minus One if it gets into the super cheap theater where it's like $5 a ticket. I'll go see that because Godzilla Minus One looks really good. But yeah, other than that, there's just no movies I really want to see right now. Anywho, flying along. How far are we out? We're over halfway, so we're about 15 minutes away from, what is this thing called? Chaco Culture National Historical Park. Okay. Yeah, we're heading there. Let's go ahead and pop in a little bit. We'll zoom in. We're getting pretty close. And then what we're going to do is we're going to turn back north to Telluride and try to just climb, and get out to Telluride and try to land in Telluride, which is going to be, I don't know if, not going to lie, one of the things I'm glad about with Jurassic Park was that basically everyone ignored the intended moral about genetic power, and it didn't end up as an anti-technology screed for GMOs like the China syndrome did for nuclear. I could see that. I mean, I feel like the original moral of the story for Jurassic Park is, you know, well, Malcolm basically says it. You spent so much time wondering if you could, you didn't spare any thought to whether or not you should. You know? And I think that is the whole thing, is it's kind of, the original Jurassic Park, even though it's kind of a dumb monster movie, it's also a film kind of about man's hubris. You know? Okay, we're going to go to vertical navigation mode, and I'm just going to tip us up a little bit because we're getting a bit low. The terrain is slowly coming up to meet us. So we're just going to climb a little bit and add some altitude. Anyways, yeah. Like, that's my thing about the original Jurassic Park is movies don't... Not every movie has to have some hyper deep, amazing message. You know, like, every now and then you can have a fun monster movie, and even in Jurassic Park, there's a little, like, kind of, you know, blink and you'll miss it message about, you know, the responsibility that technology brings. Yeah, I've never actually read the original Jurassic Park book. It's on my list to read. I've heard it's really good. Oh, sorry, I had to get some water there. Gotta stay hydrated. Is it really? Is it good? I'm working my way through Dune right now. That's my fiction book that I'm reading. And then I'm reading a book by Annie Jacobson for nonfiction called Surprise, Kill, Vanish, which is about the creation of special forces teams. Yeah, go for it. Throw some mild spoilers out. Spoiler warning for the Jurassic Park book, everybody. Spoiler warning. Go for it, Spud. Okay, we are just puttering along, flying beautifully, I might add. Yeah, I've read parts of it, and I know, like, there's... Because isn't like, the first part of the book is... I don't know, it's like the first part of the book is basically told in, like, a series of letters and journal entries, isn't it? Because, I think it's a dude comes into the hospital... and he's been mauled by something, right? That's how it starts, as I remember. It's been a long time since I tried to read it. Like, I tried to read it when I was, like, 12, and it was a little dense for me at the time, and I was too distracted by, you know, like, not wanting to read stuff. But yeah, I think it's like, told in, like, almost the second person, at least for part of it. Interesting. So he's got that, like, billionaire, I'm a billionaire, I made all this money, so I must know everything kind of ideology going on. Interesting. All right. Now, the big thing is there are mountains to the north that we're going to have to fly over eventually. So, when we get set up, and after we've passed this National Historical Park, we're going to turn north, and we're going to begin climbing. And we're just going to climb up to about 12,000 feet. Because we came really close to hitting mountains on our way out of Telluride. I'd like to be able to pop down over them and not hit anything this time. That was very nerve-wracking. You know, I don't like crashing on stream for you guys. It happens, but I'm not, you know, it's not my favorite thing to do. It makes me feel dumb. Some beautiful terrain down there. You can see on the high detail photography, there was snow down there when they eventually took all those pictures. Yeah, the opening scene of the book is crazy. Is that, am I remembering that right? That, like, it's like an autopsy or like a hospital treatment of some dude, and they're talking about, like, he's got saliva in the wound that's given him some horrible infection. Like, the dude is just messed up. Oh, yeah, I do remember that, yeah, a little girl got eaten, or, like, a family got eaten. Like, man, you're really making me want to read that book. I need to finish Dune so that I can just fly through Jurassic Park. Oh, my music died again. Gosh darn. Oh, did I finish that entire playlist? Must have. Give me 1 second, everybody. We're going to do this while I'm flying. There we go. There we are. There's some nice. Yeah, I want to read the Expanse series of books really badly. I know we've talked about that in the past of it being like my workout show, but I need to like watch all of the Expanse and then read the books. Like, I know the books are better, but you know, it's hard to read while I'm running. But like, oh, another really awesome series recently, if you haven't watched it, a great TV show, is the, I at least really enjoyed it, the One Piece TV show is awesome. Like, way better than it has any right to be. Very goofy and dumb and everything, but like, just, you know, like, the, you know, fun. It's good, dumb fun. So if you haven't seen the One Piece TV show, I strongly recommend it. But yeah, I need to watch the rest of The Expanse. The Expanse is awesome, and like... You don't watch any anime or manga? Or read any manga? For shame. For shame. No, I get it. It's not for everybody. There are some really good ones out there. Like, Spy X Family is probably one of the most adorable shows you'll ever watch. You should watch Spy X Family. It's very good. What is it? Cowboy Bebop is spectacular. Like, if you just want to get into anime and understand why people love anime, Cowboy Bebop is 24 episodes of exactly why you should enjoy anime. Like, oh, Bebop is sci-fi. Bebop is kind of similar to The Expanse in that humanity never gets out of the solar system. Like, we never make it out. And the it's really good because the technology in the show, everything is old, everything is worn, everything's kind of beat up, you know? It's a world that's lived in and used. Yeah. And then, of course, I mean, if you want to go deep into sci-fi, well, then you can get into, like, mecha anime, like, what is it called? Gundam, which you'll spend the rest of your life trying to keep up with that, that continuity. But another really good... I'm trying to think of some other really good science fiction anime. I mean, there's Cyberpunk Edge Runners, which was made in collaboration with the video game, and that anime is way better than it has any right to be. It's so good. Yeah, it's cassette futurism. Like, they have an episode in the show where they find a Betamax tape, and one of the people in the show cannot figure out how to use a Betamax player. It's actually really fun. Ooh, funky music. This is good. I like this playlist. All right. Just enjoying our flight out here through, I think we're in northern New Mexico now. And we are going to start looking now for this. This is like a cultural heritage park, but I'm hoping it has like some kind of really nice like landmark for us to see, because it's landmarked in Flight Sim. Like, they landmarked this as a place you should go to and see. And we're doing a nice little sightseeing tour around southwest Colorado, northwest New Mexico today. So I'm hoping there's something out here for us actually to see. How far do we have to go? We have 10 nautical miles to go. How's my EGT look? Yes, we're looking pretty good. All right, but yeah, Bebop it's honestly, I think, one of the greatest like anime ever produced, which is crazy because in its time it wasn't really appreciated. Bebop got horrible ratings in Japan, and it only really got mega popular in Japan after it became popular in America. Because, I mean, for many of us, we would not have seen Bebop had it not been for Adult Swim. Like, Adult Swim turned so... Like, Adult Swim and Toonami, like, the reason I think anime is as popular as it is in the West right now is because of Adult Swim and Toonami. The one thing I really kind of lament, though, is the loss of the anime shop. Like, back in the day, if you wanted to watch anime, every, like, city had, like, this little tiny shop somewhere, and that was where you went to get your anime, you know? Or your manga. You were not going to, like, Barnes & Noble or anything like you can now. No. You had to go to this tiny little store, weird little store in, like, the corner of a mall somewhere, and that was the anime store. And... Exactly. Adult Swim has your back. Though the guy who started Adult Swim at Cartoon Network recently retired, and you can kind of tell, like, the tone of Adult Swim is a lot different now. That guy was really irreverent. He basically kept Venture Brothers alive because it was a show that he liked. You know? It was... Venture Brothers literally stayed as a show because he liked it. It didn't even really need to make money for the network. It was just something he enjoyed. And, like, yeah, it's no real mystery about, like, the moment he was fired... Or not fired, the moment he decided to retire. I think he retired basically in, you know, full on, like, basically with whatever you would call, like, honors at a Cartoon Network. Because he really turned that network around. What was I going to say? Yeah, when he retired, basically, yeah, they went through and basically canceled all of his pet projects, which is kind of sad. Though apparently we got a new season of Aqua Teen recently. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard it's really funny. So, you know, if Aqua Teen can come back, maybe we'll get more Venture Brothers someday, because I enjoyed the movie. I would have watched the TF2 miniseries. That would have been amazing. There's also shows that I didn't really, like, understand when I was younger at the time, and now I totally get. Like, Xavier Renegade Angel is a show I didn't really ever understand when I was young, but now I totally get it. You know? Like, it's one of those things that you pick up on as you get older. Okay, there we go. It's not for everybody. And like I said, I didn't understand it when it first came out. Like, I did not get it in the slightest when it first came out. Until I realized it was more like everybody in their lives has had that person who's like the quote guru, and that show is basically just a disassembly of that type of person who has wisdom but isn't, or always shares wisdom but isn't very wise. You know? And, you know, a lot of people, like, got their starts on Cartoon Network, like Frisky Dingo, which was, like, the most insane show in the world. Literally, if Frisky Dingo hadn't happened, we wouldn't have Archer. I think the same team that did Archer also did, either did or is very close friends with the team that did C-Lab 2021. And yeah, we wouldn't have a show like Archer without those programs. You know, they kind of begot each other. I've actually heard the new season of Rick and Morty is really good too, but I unfortunately haven't gotten to see it yet. All right, we're getting ready to make our turn to the north, and when we turn to the north, it's going to be all climb all the time. I mean, I don't really see this like I can... You know, this is a beautiful area. I just don't really see the there's supposed to be like a Native American heritage park here, and I was hoping there'd be some really beautiful landmarks. I mean, it is a gorgeous area, but I'm just not really seeing a whole lot on the ground. Let's take a look manually around. The plane is flying itself right now, so let's take a look around and just look at how... It is a gorgeous area. Like, these rock formations and everything are really pretty. Like, it's a pretty area. All right, we're getting ready to make our turn to the north. We're already beginning to climb slightly here. So we're going to climb ever so slightly. We're already climbing a little bit, but what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and set our altitude much higher. We're going to set our altitude to like 9,000. And then we're going to set vertical navigation mode, and we're going to begin climbing. I want to climb at about 100 feet a minute. So not very fast, but we're going to start climbing because the terrain is going to come at us very quickly when we start getting up near the mountains. So here we go, coming around. Did you ever watch Aqua Teen Hunger Force? Okay. Why is there a happy birthday song? This is the second time this has happened. Alright, there we go. Sorry, why was there a birthday song? I don't get that. Why it keeps throwing me birthday songs. It is not my birthday. And shall not be for quite a while. There, that's better. That's better music. All right, we are going to... Yeah, like I said, we're going to start climbing here because we have a great mountain range that we can't quite see yet, but trust me, it's out there. And we need to make sure we can get over the top of it. So, we're actually going to bring ourselves up to 200 feet a minute. That's set to 9,000. I'm actually going to set that sucker all the way up to 12,000 feet. And we're just going to... As we fly north, we're just going to start climbing. We have about an hour to go to get where we're going, so I'm actually going to throttle up ever so slightly here so we can get there a little bit quicker. So we don't just sit here and hang in this airplane for like an hour. Well, if I can get my my HOTAS to correctly respond to my command here, there we go. Okay, that's cool. I was going to ask, have you ever seen Aqua Teen Hunger Force? Because that is literally one of my favorite shows of all time. That and Venture Brothers. Like, they're my two favorite shows on Adult Swim of all time. Alright, let's check our fuel levels while we're hanging out here. We have 20 gallons in the right. Let's go ahead and switch back to our right-hand fuel tank. There we go. And burn some of that for a while. And yeah, we're just heading back to... Oh, you've seen clips but not full episodes? Aqua Teen is not a cerebral show. That's the best way I can put it. I wouldn't say it's as like aggressively dumb as Xavier Renegade Angel, but it's, how do I put it? It's got a comedy all of its own. You know, it's definitely, it's either gonna be for you or it's not gonna be for you. You know, it's one of those shows that, like, you're either gonna love it or you're gonna be like, this is the dumbest thing I have ever seen in my entire life, you know? I mean, I'm the same way, especially because I can't really afford cable, and I'm getting ready to drop Hulu and Netflix, so it's gonna kind of be all, it's gonna be a lot of YouTube and maybe, you know, definitely not sailing the high seas, never that, for my future for a little while. Because, yeah, money's been a bit tight recently with the new job and everything, so it's kind of a, you know, it's going to be a little bit more, yeah, YouTube and mainly reading. I also like watching Twitch, too, you know. I like, there are some creators on Twitch that I really enjoy watching. You know, so, you know, there's a lot of ways to get some free entertainment out there. I mean, no creator on Twitch is, of course, as talented and wonderful as I, but I like to watch others try. JK, everybody, JK. Jokes. I mean, I also can get just a lot of enjoyment out of YouTube. Every now and then I'll find, like, one of the best things ever is finding a new YouTube channel and just going down the hole and watching, like, a new creator that you just found out about for, like, 6 or 7 hours, you know? Like, it's a unique feeling that I feel like perhaps we're one of the first generations that has that feeling, you know, of just saying, like, oh, I just found this brand new creator and I love their content and I'm gonna watch them, like, all the time. Is that the one where the guy always wears, like, old-timey clothing and he makes, like, he's like a historical reenactor and he makes old-timey food? I think I might be thinking of a different person, but I don't think I've watched Tasting History. I'm going to now. Because it sounds pretty cool. Plot my heading there, just in case I need it. But yeah, this is going to be kind of the more boring part of the flight until we get back into those mountains on the horizon, because all we're doing right now is just very gently climbing as hard as, well, not as hard as we can. We're climbing while we try to keep our airspeed up, though we do have a good tailwind, 4-knot tailwind, so we're doing 105 knots over the ground. So we're moving along here. And the goal is, we can see Telluride Airport right up there. Get that song, not a fan of that one. There we go. Yeah, we can see Telluride Airport way up there. So eventually we're going to get back up to it. But yeah, I have not watched Tasting History, though I will check it out. It seems like it would be pretty interesting. I also like watching a lot of cooking channels, because I really enjoy cooking. So I watch a lot of cooking things, and I have, like, a huge playlist of just all of my saved cooking tutorials and videos, because, you know, I like you know, cooking is amazing and is one of the most fun things you can do, because at the very end of it, you get to eat what you create. I actually wish I had the time to cook a lot more. I think I would if I didn't work so often. I think I would cook almost every day. Like, I'll probably cook later today or tomorrow and make my meals for next week, which I'm probably going to do a stir fry. That's right, everybody. Long flights and cooking talks. That's what we do here right now. And sometimes we play Kerbal. I think what I'm actually going to do on my next Kerbal stream is, I've got pretty much all the Kerbals everywhere coming home. So while they're doing that, I think we're going to try to get a rover out to Eve, because I've decided when I do my Eve mega stream, I'm going to land them in a spacecraft and then move the Kerbals and all of their tech to another ascent craft whose whole job is to get them off the planet. And after walking forever on the surface of Lathe after that rescue mission, I do think rovers are good. And WW2 ice cream. Okay, I'll check those out. Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, I'd love to learn about that stuff. World War II is a really interesting time in history. There's so much to dissect about it. What was I going to say? I went down a YouTube rabbit hole recently about, I started watching a channel called The Y Files. And I really like that channel because the guy who does it, he talks about a lot of like paranormal stuff and UFOs and like, you know, Atlantis and stuff, but he's kind of a skeptic. So what he'll do is the first like 60 to 70% of the video will be him talking about what it is. Like, and then the last 30% is him kind of picking things apart skeptically. Oh, I absolutely think so. I think that, I mean, the latter half of the 20th century, the reason maps look the way they do is the latter half of the 20th century. Like, people don't realize that countries were, like, a lot of maps changed in the latter half of the 20th century. I mean, you had the dissolution and collapse of the Soviet Union. The borders in Africa have changed massively in the latter half of the 20th century, as have some borders in South America. You had, like, Cold War history is probably, like, my favorite time in the world, which is why, you know, you will hear me talk about UFOs and stuff, because I'm pretty sure they're all government craft. Like, if you know what the A-12, the Ox cart looked like, which was the CIA's version of the Blackbird, the SR-71 Blackbird, once you see what that looks like, you can literally go down the list of, like, sightings of UFOs, and you could be like, oh my god, basically all of them are this. You know, almost any sighting by an airline pilot who saw something flying above him extremely high and extremely fast was that thing. You know, it's very fascinating. I actually have a road trip planned eventually. I want to go and do both like a Southwest Cold War road trip mixed in with a bit of ufology. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. One of the reasons I really like the Y Files as a channel is that the guy who runs it he is a skeptic, but you can tell he wants to believe. And I'm the same way. Like, I want to believe. I want to think it's aliens. Like, I really want UFOs to be aliens, but they're not. They're probably not. They're probably government aircraft. You know, these days they're probably drones. You know, they're probably very complex drones. But I want them to be aliens, you know? I want it to be aliens. Like, so badly. You know, so that's kind of one of those things. It's like, I've always been very interested in ufology and, like, the paranormal and stuff like that, because I want to believe, even though I don't, you know? Now, I will say, from a human history standpoint, I'm not going to say that, like, Atlantis was a thing, but the stuff we're learning in, like, Gobekli Tepe, and then they just found a new site, like, 100 miles away that's even older, we are pushing the clock back on human advancement quite a bit. Like, people, it appears right at the end of the last ice age, people popped out and were building megalithic structures and knew more about animal husbandry and potentially farming than we ever believed they did. You know? Like, it appears that, like, the human settlement is a lot older. Human settlement and complex society are a lot older than we believe it is. Like, you know, I know that, like, a lot of people... What's the guy's name who wrote, like, Fingerprints of the Gods and Gods of Eden and stuff like that? A lot of people poo-poo his concept about some sort of advanced civilization existing within the Ice Age. But we're pushing stuff so far back that it seems like there at least had to have been some sort of settled society somewhere on the planet during the Ice Age, you know? So I think that's pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, I don't believe in, like, ancient aliens or anything like that, though I want to. It would be so cool if it was real, but it isn't, you know? They're not little gray dudes with big eyes getting out of spacecraft. And if there are, I'm going to be so happy to be wrong about that. You know? I'm going to be super happy to be wrong about that. But I doubt that there are. You know? I just don't believe it. Like, it's something I want to believe, but I can't. It's like Bigfoot. You know, I want to believe in Bigfoot or the Yeti. I want to think that they're real. You know, because it means that, you know, if there's something like that out there, it means there's still some magic in the world. And unfortunately, I don't believe such things are real. Though I've been to a Bigfoot museum. There is a Bigfoot museum in Bailey, Colorado that it's a good time. You know, I'm not going there to laugh at people who believe or anything. You know, I'm curious, genuinely, what evidence do they have? What have they seen? And there are many people there that are very, 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 they believe, you know, they believe. And it's very interesting to talk to them and stuff, even though I am not a believer in such things. But I want to be, you know, it's just, there's, you know, it does, of all places, why would Bigfoot be in Colorado? There's too many people. Somebody would have seen it, you know. There'd be we'd find a body. See, I don't know. I think aliens is a lot more believable than Bigfoot. You know, I think that like the government, you know, covering up the existence of aliens and there actually being some galactic community that we haven't seen yet is you know. I could see it. I could see it, you know? I mean, I'll put it this way. The U.S. government, like, last year said that they have some sort of like, you know, that they have something, you know, some sort of spacecraft or something. They tried to do, like, a form of disclosure, but, like, the world is so insane right now that, like, nobody cared. Of course, I think also, like, if the government's telling you they have an alien spacecraft or some sort of weird device, what it actually is something they've developed. It's like Project Blue Book was just a big smokescreen to hide the fact that, you know, we had, like, the F-117 and the SR-71. Oh, okay, well, see, there you go. But why, you know, my thought process is, why did they let him say that? Why did they let that crazy dude say that? And they did it because it's an awesome... Aliens is a great smokescreen if you want to hide a secret aircraft. You know? I mean, that's what Project Blue Book was. Project Blue Book was the Air Force. People would see something high above them flying very fast in the sky, and the Air Force would run in and be like, must be aliens. Definitely isn't an A-12 or an SR-71. Probably aliens, you know? Same thing with, like, the F-117, because, you know, right around the time that the F-117 and the B-2 were in development, people started seeing the triangles, you know? And what are those two things? They're triangles. But I want aliens to be real so bad. Like, I want aliens to be real so bad. And I know they aren't. You know, well, there are aliens. Like, if any permutation of the Drake equation, well, actually, no. Yeah, isn't that a crazy story? That he dressed up in a costume to just freak people out? Like, that's so crazy to me, you know? That, yeah, he dressed up in a costume just to wig people out so no one would believe them. You know? I was trying to think of some other weird misdirection stuff. Well, and here's my thing. So, I don't know if you've ever looked up the grabby aliens hypothesis, but the grabby aliens hypothesis is a kind of permutation of the Drake equation. And it basically states that if there was an advanced civilization in our galaxy right now, we probably already would have met them. You know? Because they would know that we exist. They would, you know, even if you can't travel faster than light, which it appears that there is just no way to cheat that. If you were a culture that had the technology and were patient, I think I read somewhere that it would take about 250,000 years to spread through the Milky Way. Like, it wouldn't take long. In geological time scales, you know? Maybe a little bit longer, like, it would still, maybe it was like less than 1,000,000 years or something. Like, a race could do it. A machine race who had all the time in the world would basically run the Milky Way now, if they existed. So it's like, you know, what is it, what is it called, the theory where it's where is everybody? It's not the great, it involves the great filter, but like, I can't quite remember what it is, but it's, you know, the concept is there aren't enough aliens. Like, if they existed, we would know. I think, at least. We would see some evidence. The head of astronomy at Harvard, I forget his name, wrote a book about Oumuamua called Extraterrestrial. And that is an interesting read. I've read that book. Concerning the fact that it changed velocity, but there was never any evidence of outgassing, and the best theories we have on its density, it's supposed to be like super flat like a pancake, but its density is way too low. So he thinks it's like a light sail or like a discarded piece of alien tech or something. It's a really interesting read. And like I said, it's by the head of Harvard astronomy. So it's, you know, there's some, I think he's the head of Harvard. He's the head of an Ivy League astronomy program. So there's some, what if there's a little... see, the thing about electronics, and I'm sure you've seen the meme that there is basically an order of tech priests in our society that make sand think. I think that's pretty wild. Like, if you went back to, like, the 1000s and told people, no, we're going to have thinking sand in the future, they would not believe you. Also, if there's a goblin inside my phone that makes it go, he should give me fewer notifications while I'm streaming, because I always get 1,000,000 notifications while I stream. Alright, we are still climbing because I know it seems a bit preemptive, but those mountains up there are going to come fast, and we want to get as high as we possibly can above them before we get to them. So, actually, let's go ahead and check our altitude. We are still climbing. We're going to be about 12,000. I'm going to actually see if we can get this sucker up to about 12,500, and then we'll level off there and fly over these mountains. You know, it's easier to climb when you're far away than when you're close. But anyways, yeah, I love conspiracy stuff. I love ufology. I love hearing about reptile people and how there's a secret global cabal that built like a bunker underneath the Denver airport. I love all that stuff. Do I believe a lot of it? No. Do I love it though? Yes. Do I love consuming it? Oh my god. I love conspiracy theory. It's like one of my favorite things in the world. It's a nice little town down there with a pretty river next to it. And all of the terrible water artifacts you get from Microsoft Flight Simulator trying to do it. Tone? Pardon? Town E? I do know someone named Townie. It's a town. It's a town. Oh, yeah. I mean, you could see it right there. And you can see there is some 3D photogrammetry. Well, it's not even 3D photogrammetry. It's the Azure AI system when they generated their version of the world. What is it called? It would see buildings and it would try to lift them up and give them depth. Funnily enough, when this game launched, there were some errors in the system, so out in the middle of nowhere in places, you would find these, like, just a single like house, except it would be like 100 stories tall. It would be like a kilometer tall. And for a while before Microsoft fixed them, they became landmarks that a lot of people would fly to in this game. Because people, yeah, wanted to go see these giant, mysterious obelisks that the computer thought were real. But yeah, nice little community down there. I wonder what city this is. Hang on, let's go to our VFR map and see if this town has an airport. It does not. But we see a couple of little, like, dirt runways around here. There is an airport over there. Four Corners Regional, so we're flying by the Four Corners area. Heading up into Colorado. Okay. Yeah, there was one, then there was the, there was that one airfield that was at the bottom of, like, a mile-deep hole. And it became, like, a challenge. Can you fly into this hole and land at the airfield, you know? Yeah. When this game first launched, there was, like, a hilarious, like... I would say there was, like, a hilarious amount. But there were a lot of little Easter eggs people found where the terrain generation and the AI got confused and would create, like, little, little oddities and anomalies like that. I think they've chased... Sadly, I think they've chased basically all of them down. If I were a developer for this game, the urge to put in Easter eggs in places would be massive. You know? Like, why can't there be a flying saucer somewhere in Area 51? You know? Why can't there be? It's another little community right there. We're flying by. There is a runway right there that we are flying by. I wonder if that is Four Corners Regional Airport right there that we are passing by right now. So if we needed to land, that would be a good place to land. I think I've actually landed at that airport before too. It's kind of up on a little hill, actually. It's very interesting. And then you can see, just good for sightseeing. You can see, what is that? There's a mountain there, a little hill, man-made hill. Anyway, sorry. I know this might be boring to some people, but like I love just sightseeing in this game. It's so pretty. But yeah, there were a ton of anomalies in this game when it first started, and I think in their chase to kill all of them. Do I have any predictions for 2024? I mean, the one I want is Contact. You know, I want to meet some aliens, but that's never gonna or not gonna happen in my lifetime. I think we're gonna see AI get pretty wild. A streamer that I watch here and there is what is his name? Beetle, the guy who created Neurosama, the AI VTuber. And he recently did a bunch of upgrades on Neurosama, on not just the hardware, but the code. And it's... Language bots like that are getting pretty eerie. Like, they're getting very eerie. So I think AI is going to be a huge thing in the next year. I think, you know, the speed that it's beginning to develop is... I used to think that we'd never see, like, a general AI in my lifetime, like an AGI, but I'm now kind of the belief that I no longer think that's a realistic prediction. I think that an AGI within my lifetime is probably pretty likely. I think we will, too. I mean, so, if I had a time machine, one of the big things, you know, everyone jokes, you know, I was going to, you know, high school in 2000 and not buying a house or whatever. What I would truly go back to do is I would tell myself in the past, there's going to be this thing called Bitcoin. And it is going to sound like the biggest scam in the world. But it's not. It's going to be like this, well, I have some strong thoughts. We'll get to AGI in a second. But yeah, I would go back in time and be like, there's going to be this thing called Bitcoin. It's going to sound like a scam, but it's actually a money system that is going to be entirely free of government regulation. Buy as much as you can as fast as you can. You know? Because I own a bit of Bitcoin. You know, I own some, what is it? I own some Dogecoin too. They fluctuate wildly, so there's usually money to be made there. Anytime you have something that fluctuates that much. But my thing about AGI is this. Coming back to that. AGI is one of those things where it's like, right now, if I tell a machine to pour me a beer, it's going to fail at pouring that beer 1,000 times before it gets it right. You know, you have to train AIs. AGI is going to be at the point where you tell it, pour me a beer, and it figures it out and gets it right on like the first or second try. When that happens, robots can basically do every job, you know? And we're going to have to figure out how we redefine value in our society. Because right now, our society values you based on the amount of work you can do, you know? And the skill level of that work, you know? And like, when we figure out AGI, all of a sudden, all of the work that we do as people and are valued in our societies for no longer has value because a robot can do it. You know, and we as a society, as a species, are gonna have to figure out what we value at that point, because, you know, we're gonna be, you know, we'll have beaten the game. We figure out AGI and something like fusion and we win. We are basically at that point like a type 1. Isn't it a type 1 civilization has the ability to... No, we're not type 1. But we're going to be like type 0.5 at that point. We'll have basically mastered the Earth. So it's, yeah, AGI is one of those things like we get that figured out in energy and we're done. We have beaten level 1 of a civilization, which is, you know, master your planet. We won't be like a level 1 civilization, but you get what I'm saying. We'll be ready to start leveling up. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. We can talk about whatever. I'm just sitting here flying. Well, you asked me other predictions for 2024. Supposedly, we're going to get to a solar maximum next year. I live far enough north that on certain solar maximums, I might just be able to see the northern lights. I hope that would happen. That would be very cool. What else is going to happen next year? I hope I might get to switch jobs. At a personal level, I'd love to switch jobs. I don't hate my current job as much as I used to, but it's just not for me. So I think that maybe switching jobs would be cool. What else do I think is going to happen in the next year? I don't know. I feel like everything's so dynamic now, you know? Things happen so quickly now, it's getting hard to predict. I mean, that's kind of true. You know, I have a friend who's a computer scientist who also is very hesitant to use the word AI when describing even what we have now, because and it's for the same reasons that you illustrate right there, that it's not quite there, you know? Give me a map, please. Thank you. Oh, did it? There we go. Okay, it loaded back in my flight plan. Good. Anyway, no, trying to think just like predictions. That's the thing, everything happens so quickly now, and I sound like an old person when I say that, but it's just like, the moment you think something might happen these days, stuff does, you know? Like, it's amazing. I think we'll see some more interesting stuff. I think the 50 series of GPUs is supposed to come out and be obscenely expensive. I know that's going to happen. We'll see. NASA is really slow. Like, it's real. NASA's real. And I mean, I get it because they're careful. I think Starship will fly successfully in the next year. I think we'll have a successful Starship flight. If you look at the difference between the integrated flight test 1 and integrated flight test 2, there's a pretty stark and amazing difference in their level of accomplishment between 1 and 2. I think, hang on, I think also, I'll put it this way, do I believe that SpaceX is going to catch one of those boosters in the next year? I do not believe that. I think that's insane. Like, do I believe they're going to try? Probably. But, yeah, I think that, I think we'll see a successful orbit of Starship. I think that'll be pretty cool. Yeah, I think so. And that's going to be pretty cool because I think Artemis 2 is when they orbit the moon, right? Like, they're going to do a full orbit, and they're doing, like, a really weird orbit of it. It will take people farther away from the Earth than they've ever been, which is really neat. Scott Manley did a video on kind of the weird way they orbit the moon for the Artemis missions. I think it's also supposed to set them up to be able to do, like, polar missions and stuff on the moon to check for water ice, which will be pretty neat. Let's see, what else is going to happen in the next year? If we're talking space, I know there's that probe going out after we did the asteroid redirect mission. There's another probe going to that asteroid system to basically see what we did. I know that's supposed to get there in the next year, and that'll be really cool. I think the Parker Solar Probe is going to do another hyper-close, hyper-fast pass of the sun. So that's going to be cool. What else? Oh, I don't know if you watched yesterday, Spud. My solar probe is dead and stranded in space. Oh, see, there you go. Well, and I mean, you know, I will say that the flight test, I was pretty pessimistic about the first flight test of SLS. And I was happy to be proved wrong. That thing jumped off, like, it wanted to fly. It jumped off the pad. And it, you know, basically was perfect. You know, it basically did everything perfectly, which is pretty amazing. Yeah, I think sadly there's probably going to be a pretty negative discussion about the International Space Station pretty soon, which I'm not pleased about. I think that I think that letting it fall is going to be a terrible waste. But every few years it seems like funding for that thing is cut, and then there's a massive outcry, and then they refund it. Yeah, I mean, there was some damage to the ground structure, but I think whenever you're testing a new rocket, especially of the powers of the rockets that we're testing now, there's going to be some damage. I mean, you know, SpaceX destroyed their launch pad on test 1, which, I mean, you know, it was Elon trying to do what the Russians tried to do back in the day and found out didn't work, which was, can we save money by not doing water deluge systems? You know, and it turns out, no, as a matter of fact, you cannot. All right, let's go ahead and switch back over to our left tank real quick. There we go, left tank on. And I think we have made it up to altitude. We are at 12,500 feet, which will take us over most of these mountains that we struggled with earlier. Yeah, I think it was not just the ground infrastructure. I think there was some pretty rough damage to the tower. Like, not rough damage, like, not severe, but, like, the tower definitely got beaten up a little bit when SLS launched. There's an image, I think, of the ground. They had these special doors that were supposed to close, that closed on the tower, and I think they got blown open, and a bunch of stuff got torn up when SLS launched, but that's easily fixable. That's true. I mean, eventually it's gonna have to come down. I want there to, I know we're gonna do like lunar. Well, I don't know. They say they're gonna do lunar gateway, and it's supposed to be a part of the Artemis plan. Is we have to have lunar gateway, but I'd love to have a module or two of lunar gateway up before we deorbit the ISS, because like with lunar gateway out there, it'll mean we'll have like at least a semi-permanent presence orbiting the moon. It'll mean that, like, man, I can't wait. Like, because for me, that means that we are going to have a permanent presence much farther out in space than we ever have before. I don't know. It kind of begets regular missions to the surface of the moon if we have lunar gateway. It means that we're set up, we're building infrastructure, we're gonna go down there, and we're gonna start doing long durations on the surface, or long duration missions on the surface. I don't actually know for the Artemis mission that is planned to land on the moon how long they are intending to stay. Yeah, well, and the thing is, once the infrastructure's out there, if you have good resupply missions, so let's say Elon's insanity actually turns out to be something, it means that, like, you could potentially have regular supply, fuel, delivery, and stuff out at the moon. Let's say it works. You could do it, At least I hope so. What's really interesting to me is if you look back on Apollo, people might say, if you look back on Apollo 11 was not on the surface of the moon for a very long time. Like, I think there was a lot of nervousness at NASA and stuff. They wanted to get those guys down, do the photo ops, pick up some rocks, and get them off the moon. But, several of the later moon missions were actually there for like a couple of days. Like, they spent actually quite a bit of time on the moon. So yeah, like 2 weeks would be huge, though. All right, we are just flying along. Sorry, it's a little boring right now, but I'm enjoying the lovely conversation. Yeah, just puttering along. The climbing early was good because these are the mountains that we're going to try to avoid, and I think we have to fly over that range up there as well to get where we're going. So we actually might want to add a little bit of altitude. Let's go ahead to our altitude selector here, and let's go up to let's see if we can get up to 13,000 feet if we climb very gently. So let's turn our vertical speed on, and let's go to 100 feet a minute, and we're just going to climb ever so gently up to 13,000 feet here, and make sure we can clear that mountain range up there as we head towards Telluride, which we can now see we are only about 40 nautical miles away. But yeah, I'm super excited to see like what happens in the next year. I know for space it's going to be big. I don't think SpaceX is quite going to hit their 100 launches in a year target this year, but I'm pretty sure they will the next year. I think that they're so good at what they do now, that I think it's probably pretty likely that we'll see 100 launches in a year out of SpaceX, which is crazy. That is an insane amount of stuff to do in a year. Okay, get some more water. Okay, we are almost up to 13,000 feet. It looks like we're having a little trouble climbing at this point because we are very high for a little bush plane like this. I'm going to add a little bit of throttle and see if that fixes the problem. It's definitely trying to climb. Yeah, we're just not quite getting where we want to be. Okay, we're going to throttle way up. Let's increase our mixture just a little bit and see if we can find a little bit more power. There we go. All right, now we're climbing. Now we're climbing. All right, there we go. We can see we're flying back into the mountains of south central Colorado. Just a really pretty area. You can see New Mexico to the south. New Mexico does have some really pretty mountains in northern New Mexico, and the Santa Fe area is absolutely gorgeous if you ever get the chance to go. All right, let's check our... We are heading basically north. Good. Let's check up on our... We have plenty of fuel, I think. Let's check our fuel tanks again. Left tank is good. We got about 20 gallons. This is our total... I don't know why there's two gauges here. I've never quite figured that out. But whatever. We're going to check our fuel here. So we got a little less than 20 gallons on this side, and we are burning from our left tank, so we're going to let that burn down. Okay. Oh, I get what it is. So if the person in the back seat is flying, they can... It's a different... Because the perspective is different. It shows different amounts of fuel. I know what's happening. I get it now. I'm smart. See, I learned something, everybody. I figured something out. You know, if you watch me play Kerbal, that doesn't always happen. All right, let's check our... Let's check this real quick. Procedures. Okay, that's our flight planner. Okay, and we are almost up to altitude here. Okay, we are, that's 13,000 feet, which is just about as high as this little airplane ever wants to go. Apparently, according to this game, the Kit Fox can go up to like 25,000 feet or something insane. But I have not flown the Kit Fox a lot in this game, which is another very kind of low, slow bush plane. And, you know, we are not very low or very slow right now because we want to get over this mountain range in front of us. You know, we can actually see our, we can actually hear the airport. Sweet, we can actually hear the airport at Telluride that we'll be landing at very shortly. We are about 16 minutes out from Telluride, so when we come out over these mountains, we're going to drop down into this kind of little gorge, and just, this is kind of the same one that we flew down to get out, and we're going to start descending and flying down into Telluride, the city, to begin our landing at what is supposedly one of the most dangerous airports in America, which I've had no problem landing and taking off from today. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember anything like that. But yeah, it is an interesting thing to think about what the world will look like in just a year from now. I'd like to think that, you know, we're going to keep it, you know, doing better, but, you know, humanity is one of those strange beasts where sometimes we decide we're not going to do better. Well, we shall see. All right. And we have our barometer and everything basically still set for Telluride, that we'll get new weather information as we get closer. Okay. We're just going to putter along here. We're not too far away from everybody to the next exciting part of this flight, which is we're going to try to set down at Telluride. You can see just really pretty mountains off to our east. Continental Divide over there. There's another probably 14er right off of our left wing there. And definitely, I think, a 14er just off of our nose, or at least a very, very high 13,000 foot mountain. Because we are at 13,000 feet, and that mountain is certainly above us. I may have to turn the autopilot off and take over here when we get closer. Because it looks like even at 13,000 feet, we may not clear this, what's it called? This complex in front of us of mountains. So we're going to have to be really careful as we come over the top here, but I think we'll be okay. And then we're going to come in and just... I didn't get... It took me a second to get that, and that's very funny. That's very funny. Yeah, that's my left wing over there. It's very much in danger. Alright, I want to check down here, and I just want to really quickly go through our settings and make sure we're good everywhere. Our fuel burn is a little bit high for my taste, but let's see if I can just bring that out without losing too much RPM. There we go. Yeah, down to about, let's see, yeah, down to about 6 gallons per hour. We're going to be there pretty soon. It says we're 13 minutes off the airport right now, so right now we're just kind of enjoying the beautiful view here of these gorgeous mountains. It is, once again, a perfect day to fly. It literally could not be any better. What is our outside temperature? -6 Celsius, so it's pretty cold outside. Okay, yeah. You know what's funny is you make that joke, but I did have a left wing stall when I was flying the Optica, which spun me down into a lake. Which is really interesting. The Optica stall characteristics almost always stalls on one wing or the other and then begins to spiral. I am going to successfully fly the Optica one of these days, everybody. I command myself to be able to fly the Optica without crashing it. That was originally going to be the plane we took on this journey, unfortunately, as you guys saw earlier in the stream, but unfortunately, I crashed it into a lake because it can't quite make it over the mountains. It just doesn't have that kind of it cannot. Its absolute maximum altitude is 14,000 feet, and I have never seen it get that high. Now, if I was flying a different bush plane, the Pilatus PC-6, which I enjoy flying, it is a turboprop engine and will fly easily over 25,000 feet. Same thing with planes like the Kit Fox, which has a turbocharged, not turboprop, turbocharged engine. It too will fly up to about 25,000 feet because the turbocharger, you know, compresses the air going into the engine, and so you can basically set whatever pressure you want to fly at. I think the only limiting factor on turbocharged engine is eventually you get so high that you can't produce enough exhaust to spin the turbo to compress the air to make the engine run. But it's amazing to me how high turbocharged engines can actually go. Like, you can have a piston engine plane fly at very high altitudes. Okay, we are... Oh, the barometric pressure changed. That's why it's bringing us down. All right, let's go ahead and get our radio set up. Let's go to our nearest airport list. I want to get... There's Telluride Regional. Let's get our weather.
Kilo Tango Echo X-ray automated weather observation 2100 Zulu. Wind 261 at 11. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear.
Altimeter
4 Celsius. Dew point 10 Celsius.
318.
Altimeter 3018. Kilo
All right.
Tango Echo X-ray automated. Kilo Tango Echo X.
Okay, we're going to do that because that's going to be annoying. So 318 or 3018 is what we want. So let's go to full screen here. Let me set my barometer to 3018. There we go. And then let's zoom out. Please go away. Toolbar. And let's begin the process of trying to figure out how we're actually going to get into this airport. Okay. There is a river gorge just off to our right that we can fly up and maybe just hop over the mountains right there. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit so we get some more terrain. Now, we might be able to fly through there and just get over into it. We'll see. We're holding altitude good, but we are very close to, I would say, the maximum altitude of this craft. This is not a happy plane right now. Let's go ahead and switch our head. Let's bring our heading this way. Just to the right of due north, and let's go ahead and switch over to heading mode and let the plane make the turn for us. Any second now, plane, whenever you want to turn for me. There we go. Whoa, buddy. Because I can see a little hole in the mountains right there that I think I want to try to get through. So I want to adjust our heading back ever so slightly to the left. Because right now we're flying directly into a mountain, which we don't want to do. Boo, boo, boo. There we go. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Okay. All right, I think that's a nice little gap in the mountains that we can just barely fit through. And then I think that will put us on track to get into Telluride nice and easy. We are very close, though. You can see beautiful snow-capped peaks here below us. And, you know, apparently the game can simulate snow capping. So if the weather recently says that there should be snow accumulation up here, there will be snow accumulation up there. There's a nice little landscape anomaly we were talking about earlier. There is one right there, just a square. I mean, unless you... Hey, what's back, Spudnutimus? You're back. What's going on? So yeah, there's a beautiful landscape anomaly there, unless you believe in the sort of thing that tells you that is a gateway to the Hollow Earth. You can see these mountains next to us are almost certainly very high 13,000 foot peaks or 14ers. And I'm a little concerned we're not going to have the altitude. If Telluride is not in that valley right there and it's beyond that range, we may have to fly around this mountain range and come up the valley. Because we are definitely not getting over those mountains. We'll see. We'll see. But anyways, yeah, you can see all around us just beautiful terrain here. Gorgeous stuff. And this time, we're not chasing a gorge to try to desperately climb over the mountains, because we actually have the correct amount of altitude. We're holding... It's showing us descending slightly, though plane is trying to bring us back up. Oh my god, the ATC just scared the crap out of me. Okay, which way did they say the wind was going? Let's go to automated weather. Which way is the wind going? Okay, let's land on runway 9, I think. All right. Okay, let's select runway. I think we need to land on runway 9. And let's go to... Let's announce our full stop landing. Let's announce our position.
Tango Echo X-ray traffic Cub Crafters Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra 10 miles south 13,000 feet inbound to land runway 9er.
Okay, here we go. All right, got to sit up straight here, everybody. Now we're going to take control, and we're going to start descending. Because I think there's no way a river can go up and over that mountain range over there. So I think if we just follow these rivers down, we will be good to go. Let's go ahead and lower our throttle a little bit. It's going to be mad because my altitude, I'm not holding altitude anymore. Let's go ahead and zoom out here and click our altitude hold off. Off? Whatever, I don't care anymore. All right. Now, the airport is just, I believe the elevation is just above 9,000 feet. So we're going to get down to about 9,500 feet here. And we're just going to let the plane fall. I'm going to go ahead and richen my mixture up ever so slightly. We'll richen it up quite a bit when we get ready to land here. A lot of planes will have you, will tell you, or like flight manuals and say will say you should be running all the way rich when you land. So there's no way you can kill that engine by cutting the throttle down. At this altitude, you want to be a little bit lean, like not like tons lean, but just a little bit lean of rich. A couple clicks back just to make sure you don't flood the engine, because you know we're at very high altitude here. So I think, I don't know why it's showing me that canyon when I click the button. I think that is the airport straight ahead on the nose. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to come around this way, and we'll come in from the west and land towards the east. Just like this. Here we go. All right, let's go ahead and switch to airplane tracking here. Let's zoom in a couple clicks and set up our approach. All right, here we go. There's the canyon. I believe we flew up in the Optica before we crashed. And yeah, we should just basically be able to look out the window now and find it. I don't know why my usually that button shows me the airport that I'm flying to, but for some reason it's bugged out a little bit, but that's okay. Now, what I'm going to do here is I don't really care about my map anymore because I see where I'm going. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that gauge all the way open so I can get, you know, full flight information. And we're going to come around here in just a second. Actually, I will turn my map back on because I need it to get lined up here because I won't be able to see where I'm going. And we're going to get landed here. I didn't mean for this stream to last 5 hours, but I had a lot of fun hanging out with everybody. You know, going and seeing some beautiful, beautiful monuments and, what is it called? Landmarks in southwest Colorado and northwest New Mexico. Beautiful area of the world. One of these days, I think actually I'd love to go show everybody the desert that exists. There's kind of a desert that just exists out in the middle of nowhere in North Colorado, which is really neat. It's a cool area. Up near, if you're driving on the way to Steamboat, so maybe we'll go look at that one of these days. Do some more bush flying, because I've really enjoyed bush flying today. You know, low, slow, landing in places that planes were never meant to land. Alright, I mean, there's tons of good landing spots right below us right now that we could set this plane down if we really wanted to. Alright, so there's a hill just off our nose to the right, which I think we'll flip around that hill and then line up our landing. So here we go. Okay. I'm gonna bring my RPM up just a little bit, richen my mixture a little bit more. And we're gonna get coordinated for landing. Let's go ahead and announce our position.
Kilo Tango Echo X-Ray Traffic Cub Crafters Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra 3 miles southwest 10,300 feet inbound to land runway 9er.
You can see the nav beacons on my map there. This is an airport. Oh, BRB again. Okay. Well, I'll be here, flying along. You can see the nav beacons there. This is a airport that you can come in IFR conditions. Like, you can do automated approaches and land at this airport, apparently, for, like, ILS and whatever it's called. Like, you can do all of that. Automated approaches are hard for me. I don't know how to do them. This plane that I'm in can actually do them. You can set them up, even though I don't believe this is an IFR certified aircraft, you can set them up and do automated approaches with this plane. So you can literally take over the plane basically right before it touches the runway. All right. We're going to come around here. Just like this. And I'm going to start bringing my throttle down too. And we're going to start bleeding off a ton of speed here. Here we go. Oh, I don't have music. Why, YouTube? Why you do this? All right, here we go. Now we have music back. Let me go back to my Twitch monitoring window. There we go. And let's get turned and before we hit this mountain. And we're just gonna keep throttling down, and we should come around. And there's our runway. Look at that. It's almost like I planned it. Okay, let's announce that we're on final.
Kilo Tango Echo X-Ray Traffic Cup Crafters Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra is on final runway 9er to land.
Okay, let's throttle up. I'm a little bit low, so I'm going to add some throttle. Actually, I'm just going to lift my nose. Let our speed drop a little bit. Okay. Let's pop down a single, what is it called? A single click of flaps. Yeah, we're a little lower than I want to be, but that's okay. I like to usually come in pretty steep with planes like this. Okay, let's richen our mixture a little bit more. Okay, a little bit more throttle. So we don't want to go too slow just yet. Alright. Okay, here we go. I'll bring my trimming out for landing here. Here we go. Now we're looking good. Now we're looking okay. I'm pretty okay with this. Let's drop another click of flaps. Okay, here we go. And we're going to do our final bit of flap drop. There we go.
500.
And here we go. Zero throttle. We're not going to exactly hit the marks where we want it on the landing guides, but that's okay. Whoa! There we go. Come on. Come on, girl. Whoa. Bouncy. It's hard to land this thing at any sort of speed without it bouncing and taking off again, because like I said, these things, these little bush planes, they want to fly. Like... my flaps should be up. Flaps are up. And I'm just going to let it roll out here so that we can get to our... we can get to the taxiway just a little bit faster. Okay, we're just rolling it out. Haven't even touched the brakes yet. Oh, good lord, water is good. Alright, I'm going to increase our throttle here just a little bit. Like I said, this thing will, you know, it'll try to take off on you. There we go. So we can see out over the top of this thing. And we're going to go Parker after just a really fun day of flying. It looks like I accidentally landed with a tailwind, which is no good. So let's come in here and just pull off the runway. And we got to drive up a little hill here because the ground in this airport is not flat. It is amazing to me that a craft like that can take off on this runway. But this is a popular tourist destination, so I assume they might actually fly those things in and out of here. Alright, so we're going to head over this way and just get parked. We'll just pull up to a hangar here. There we go. Let's go park and tie down right here. Come on. Come on, little plane. Come on, little plane. Okay. Okay, let's get that parking brake on, and let's shut her down, everybody. Okay, turn the carb heater off. Okay, and now we'll begin shutting the engine down. We're going to kill our magnetos, and that will kill the engine. There we go. Kill our fuel pump. Alternator off. Let's kill our nav light, strobe light. That's our avionics master. We're going to leave that in for just a second. Fuel selector, we'll just leave that on. Doesn't need to be turned off. I think we're good to go. So all we do now is avionics master off. And let me bring this music volume down just a little bit. There we go. So avionics master is off. And we... battery main off, and that, everybody, is an airplane sitting on the ground, cold and dead, and we had a beautiful flight today. That was so much fun. I'm really happy everybody came in and popped in and said hi. Fonzways, thank you so much for the follow. If you see this on VOD later. Spud, always love the conversations. Really fun. But I think I'm going to call it there. Blah, 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 YouTube, blah, 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 Instagram. Check me out in both those places. Tomorrow we'll be playing some more Kerbal, and then I might do a New Year's Day stream. I've been talking about playing SCP Secret Lab, which I did download, and or I might do some more flying. We shall see. Anyways, thank you so much, everybody who stopped by and hung out and was just really cool and chill. I'm going to see everybody again really soon.